Good morning, everyone. It's 10 a.m. I'd like to call this special TTC board meeting to order. The clerk has confirmed that quorum is present, and she will now read the land acknowledgement.
Thank you, Chair. We acknowledge the land we are meeting on is the traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabeg, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat peoples, and is now home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, and Métis peoples. We also acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 with the Mississaugas of the Credit.
Thank you, Commissioners. Do any of you wish to declare a conflict of interest in accordance with the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act? Seeing none here or on WebEx, we will move on. I would like to remind you that this is an open meeting. As we go through the agenda today, those of you participating remotely will be required to submit requests to ask questions and speak on items to the clerk. And I will ask that you adhere to the timelines for questions and to speak. If you wish to submit a motion on an item, please email your motion to the email address that you have been provided with. You've been provided with appropriate contact information for technical troubleshooting, and staff have each of your phone numbers should they need to contact you for technical reasons. Today we will be considering the 2023 TTC and Wheel-Trans operating budgets and the TTC 15-year capital investment plan, real estate investment plan, and 2023 to 2031 capital budget and plan. Staff have a presentation on the operating and capital budgets, and we have 34 deputants registered to speak on item number 1, so I'll be holding both items in my name. Recognizing that there are a significant number of registered speakers today, in order to ensure that we can hear from everyone, I'll move that we reduce deputation time to 3 minutes. Can the clerk please post the motion? Can I have a seconder? Commissioner Holliday, all those in favor? Motion carries, thank you. This morning we'll hear first from staff, who will deliver a presentation on both the operating and capital budget submissions. After the staff presentation, the board will hear deputations on item 1, the operating budget, followed by questions and speaking. We will recess for a lunch break at the conclusion of the deputations and reconvene the meeting with member questions of staff. With that, I'll turn the mic over to TTC CEO Rick Leary to introduce the items before us today.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning to everyone, and Happy New Year's as well. I hope everyone was able to spend some quality time with your families and friends over the holidays. I know I was able to enjoy the time down. I also want to say welcome as well to our YouTube viewers and today's participants for this special board meeting to discuss and approve the TTC's proposed 2023 operating and capital budgets. Now, before I turn things over to our Chief Financial Officer, Josie Levita, for a full presentation, I'd like to make a few introductory remarks. Commissioners, I don't think it will come as a surprise when I say that this has been a challenging budget to prepare. Certainly the toughest in my time as the CEO, but also one of the toughest for the TTC in decades. Difficult decisions had to be made with respect to both our core service delivery model and to fares. And I think what you have before you today is a balanced approach. Even in the face of lower ridership and revenues and the pressure on inflation that we all feel every day, we're proposing a budget that will do the following. First, we'll invest more than $4 million for safety, security, and cleanliness. This includes hiring 10 additional Streets to Homes outreach workers, adding 25 new transit special constable positions, and filling 25 vacant positions, as well as introducing enhanced daily streetcar cleaning. Second, we're going to dedicate $3 million to service improvements in routes serving neighborhood improvement areas and expand the Fare Pass program to cover an additional 50,000 lower-income Torontonians. And third, we're going to earmark funding to cover the openings of Line 5, the Eglinton Crosstown, the Line 6, the Finch West, and the bus replacement of Line 3, our Scarborough RT. And finally, we will deliver 91% of pre-pandemic service levels, even as ridership is predicted to reach only 75% of pre-pandemic norms at the end of this year. And I remind everyone that we're at about 68% of pre-pandemic ridership today. As we come out of the pandemic and our ridership patterns evolve, we're positioning ourselves to keep Toronto moving and be there for those who need us the most. What's before you today what's before you today balances our need to deliver a safe service while contending with lower revenues and increased costs. Now, the TTC is also seeking approval for the proposed 2023-2032 capital budget plan. On the capital side, we're recommending a budget that continues laying the foundation for the future needs of transit customers in the city and surrounding regions for decades to come. We can achieve this through major capacity enhancements and fleet procurement projects, all while ensuring that the majority of the budget is invested in the state of good repair of existing assets, and that means fixing what we have while building for the future. The 2023 portion of the $12.5 billion capital plan is approximately $1.3 billion. The capital budget report also updates the TTC's 15-year, $38 billion capital investment plan and the real estate investment plan, a 15-year strategic roadmap that supports the capital investment plan. Now, with that, I'd like to ask Josie to make her budget presentation to the board. Thank you, Chair.
So thank you, Rick. Good morning, Chair Burnside, commissioners, and members of the public who are joining us today, and to all, Happy New Year. On behalf of the TTC, I'll be providing an overview of our 23 operating budget, our 10-year capital plan that are before you for your consideration, as well as our two 15-year plans that have guided our capital planning, our priority setting, and our budgeting. And so I'd like to start with our operating budget first. 23 operating budget we're presenting today realigns service to match customer demand, and it's coupled with measures that focus on service reliability and customer experience. It makes new investments in safety, cleanliness, and accessibility. It incorporates $22.5 million in efficiency savings with no service impact. It also recommends a 10-cent fare increase, the first since 2020, and below the rate of inflation, and it's for adult and youth single fares only. It also readies the TTC for operation of lines 5 and 6 and prepares us for the line 3 bus replacement. And finally, it still includes continued COVID impact of $366 million, with ridership expected to reach only 75% by year end. However, there are ongoing conversations with the city and the province to help secure funding relief. Next slide, please. So the 23 budget is largely based on our 22 experience, and the next few slides recap our 22 plan and experience as they've laid the groundwork for 23, and hopefully provides our news commissioners with some helpful context and a refresher for our other commissioners. So in 2022, our expectation was that ridership would gradually return and be about 81% by year end. We saw ongoing financial impacts of $561 million. We did have some new investments to advance accessibility, diversity, and reliability, and we had planned to restore 100% of pre-pandemic service by Q2 2022. Next slide, please. Starting with our 21 year-end results and the best information about the pandemic at the time and the extent to which activities would return to pre-COVID, we set our 22 service demand forecast with a high and a low range. The ridership budget was then set. That saw us going from about 49% in January to 81% by year end. Then through the city's budget process and with the advent of the Omicron variant and potential shutdown, there was an adjustment made to that revenue budget that saw us dipping it down to 37% in Q1 22 on the expectation of shutdowns, and then rising back up. What we actually saw in the first half of the year was really better than anticipated revenue, because the Omicron impact was not as severe as expected. And so there was strong recovery to the end of Q2, which took us from about 46% to about 60%. However, in the second half of the year, we saw the pace of recovery that slowed, and ridership remained below the service demand usage. Recovery has been restrained by the hybrid work arrangements, particularly in the downtown core, as the frequency of commuters has been about 2 times per week rather than the 3 times per week that we had anticipated based on the information we had at the time. Next slide, please. And as a result, our passenger revenue experience reflected the same trend. So we see in the first few weeks of January where we were below budget in the yellow, The green shows us that, in fact, we had exceeded budget. But then as the year wore on, we saw that level of ridership revenue actually also slow, and revenue has reached 67% of pre-COVID experience by year end. A comparison of the user frequency from pre-COVID to 22 provides some insights around customer return and travel patterns. And so this chart highlights for you where we've seen our experience on frequency of usage in 2022. The bar on the left gives us the frequency that we had pre-COVID, and what the balance of the chart does is graph for you up to the end of November the frequency of our riders. And so what we see with the blue portion of the chart is that, in fact, those users who are infrequent or use the system 1 to 4 times per week actually exceeds what we saw back in 2019. Those riders who are occasional or 5 to 8 times per week have restored to about 86% of pre-COVID. However, our frequent, which is the orange, and our monthly pass users, which is the purple, have only returned to about 65 and 47% respectively. And so what we actually are seeing is that by November 22, the number of unique Presto cards being used on the system is about 91% of pre-COVID experience, but ridership recovery is only at about 69%. And so the majority of riders appear to have returned, but on average they're using it less frequent. And that is consistent with some of the hybrid work practices we are seeing. And so finally, in 2022, we identified $561 million of COVID financial impacts arising from the loss of ridership, revenue, other revenues, as well as the costs associated with our safety measures to ensure that our staff and riders are safe. And so what we actually saw in terms of funding relief is secured funding, firstly in January, of about $67.3 million, an additional commitment or secured funding of about another $348 million. So in total, $415 million of provincial federal funding called SRA funding is in fact been secured, and because of some underspending that we have seen on the expense side of $22 million, what is left yet to be funded in 2022 is $125.3 million. To date, our full relief funding that we have received has been at $1.8 billion. However, that $125 is still required to make 2022 whole. And so there are ongoing discussions to address the remaining $125 million with the province and the feds to help fund that, to help fund the city's shortfall in particular, and TTC specifically. And we also will be contributing to the city's backstop plan by reducing our 22 capital budget by $87 million. Next slide, please. So with that backdrop set, let's now turn to the 23 operating budget. So while the core components of the 23 budget estimates are informed by our experience, our service priorities are guided by our corporate plan's key service objectives. And for 2023, we use our existing corporate plan as our next plan is under development. The budget for us in 23 will allow us to focus our resources and efforts on the following key service priorities that will advance our service objectives. TTC's core mandate is to provide safe, seamless, reliable service and improve customer service. And so the priorities that have been identified here focus on service reliability and safety. TTC is also committed to doing its part as fiscal stewards. And so the second group of priorities will continue to focus on modernizing and transforming how we deliver our service, both in our front and back office function. The 23 budget reflects our results from 22, commits to continued implementation of this agenda, and provides resources that will focus on ridership and revenue recovery. Our third service objective has us focusing on our view to ensuring that TTC is an inclusive and accessible service provider. And the priority actions identified here expand accessibility for our conventional Wheel-Trans service, limits our fare increase on riders who can least afford it, and continues our diversity, gender, and community outreach. And finally, in terms of our ability to prepare for future resiliency, the priorities identified in the last group allow the TTC to prepare for expanded service delivery, different fare collection methods, and begin our journey around adaptation. Next slide, please. So the 23 budget is $2.38 billion, and this chart summarizes how the budget is allocated and then funded. So to the left, you can see that 90% of our operating budget is allocated to our conventional service. Another 6% is then allocated to Wheel-Trans. And finally, the last remaining 4, which is a really new addition here, is funding of $84 million or 4% that is for transit expansion and conversion. And so how is this budget funded? So if we start to the right, almost $938 million or 39% is our passenger revenue. Together with our ancillary revenues of $81 million, another 6%, our total direct funding represents about 45%. We do have some reserve draws that are being utilized in this budget. That's another $35 million. And finally, the city funding that's supporting this budget's 40% or $959 million. And the final amount is the COVID relief funding that's required, of representing about 15%. Next slide, please. So based on the $53 million increase that's coming to us from the city in available funding, $10.4 million will be used to address our base requirements, representing about 1.1% of that increase. And the balance, $42.6 million, will fund the incremental costs associated with transit expansion and conversion, and that prepares us for operation of Line 5 and 6 and the Line 3 bus replacement. And then finally, the balance of that is $366 million in anticipated COVID impacts and relief funding, albeit down by almost $195 million from last year, but still a requirement to fund the gap. Next slide, please. So again, establishing the ridership demand forecast for 2023, we built on our 22 experience and established a range that was set at 70% on the low end and 82% on the high end. We then set our expected ridership budget within that range, which sits in the middle and is based on our experience as well. And this sees us with some expected growth from about 69% at the end of 22 to about 72% by Q1, and finally 75% by the end of 2023. This ridership projection is based on some expected ridership recovery in 23, which is consistent with our 22 experience. However, we believe that ridership recovery will be constrained by the hybrid work models. Our planned service provides additional capacity higher than that's at the ridership budget level. Next slide. So based on the ridership forecast, the passenger revenue budget is $393 million. Assumes a ridership of $393 million and revenue generated of about $932 million, representing about 73% of normal experience. And the key assumptions behind is that we will not see additional waves of COVID cases, that the similar work arrangements that we saw in 22 will continue to at least the end of 2023, and that the activities and return to special events and in-person settings for school and post-secondary institutions will occur. Next slide. So with that said, and given the TTC's 2022 experience and these preceding forecasts, the 23 service has been realigned to match customer demand and travel patterns. This budget overall sets service hours at 91% of the 2019 hours. Pre-pandemic planning standards for peak periods and adjusted off-peak periods will occur. However, it does protect transit network access. And so service will operate on all corridors, all stops will be served, and will occur in all time periods, and all trip patterns will be protected. And therefore, the service that's being presented to you today accommodates the forecast ridership at 75 plus. It adjusts schedules to reflect actual operating conditions. And it also reinvests resources to improve service reliability. Next slide, please. So how does this 23 service compare to 2022? So at the top, we can see that the end of November 2022, scheduled service was an average of 96%. But actual ridership demand was an average of 69% with the individual modes identified. By year end of 2023, the average will be 91% for proposed service with the modes identified here, against our ridership budget that shows that a total of 75% will be occurring by year end with those modes. And in all cases, the 23 service hours will remain above the pre-pandemic levels and providing additional capacity should it be required. Next slide, please. The 23 budget also faced significant inflationary increases, and those pressures amounted to about $116 million, which many are fixed or driven by inflation. And so the first and the most significant is the increase in the diesel price, and that value was about $36 million for additional fuel in 23. Our collective bargaining and cost of living for 2023 amounts to about $35.4 million. Contractual price increases that are cost escalations within existing contracts are forecasted based on current indices amounts to about $15.4 million. And those legislative impacts, which are prescribed by other orders of government, particularly as we think about CPP and EI, amount to about $5.6 million. And as mentioned, we have $11.5 million here really for service reliability and resiliency, and that allows us to have additional operators on board to help adjust with any service, and that's worth about $11.5 million. And finally, we've had some other base changes at $11.8 million, which helps us identify or accommodate the Wheel-Trans ridership demand, the impacts from the completion of capital projects, and some additional cleanliness in the stations. Next slide, please. So over and above the base budget, 2023 budget, as mentioned by the CEO, has $7.1 million in new investments that are focusing on safety, cleanliness, and accessibility initiatives. So to begin, there is funding for 10 additional streets-to-home outreach workers, which adds to our existing, bringing that up to about 20 in the system to help support the underhoused. An additional 25 special constables, along with those that will be hired from our existing complement, bringing 50 more into the system. We're introducing streetcar midday cleaning on most downtown routes. In addition, we have some accessibility initiatives that look at targeted service improvements in neighborhood improvement areas, including some key shopping corridors on weekend afternoons and 15-minute overnight bus services on key corridors. And finally, we're making a $2 million contribution to expand the Fair Pass program that will make an additional 50,000 eligible recipients who are at 75% of the low market rate. Next slide, please. So once we take into account the financial implications of service alignment, the new investments, our base pressures are revised to $76 million, and that's before any funding required for transit expansion or the COVID impact. And so with the limited funding from the city of about $10.4 million, we have identified $62 million in strategies to balance this budget. So we looked at our existing revenues and included all opportunities to increase those revenues, including a fare evasion target of about almost $6 million. We have efficiencies of $22 million in this budget, and those savings are reflected here. The 10-cent fare increase, which provides $16 million in funds and is dedicated to fund the new initiatives and help with our inflationary impacts. And finally, we have an additional reserve draw for one-time or time-limited expenses that focus in on safety initiatives and construction work that's required with Metrolinx. Next slide, please. So as noted earlier, the TTC is committed in doing its part in ensuring we're good fiscal stewards. And this budget, as I just indicated, has $22.5 million in savings, and this is from our ongoing commitment to modernizing and transforming the way we do service. In addition, it represents a cumulative amount of $182 million of savings since 2019. And over this period of time, those savings have helped us improve service, avoid fare increases, and help offset pressures to minimize the impact of city fundings and affordability. Next slide, please. So as noted earlier, the 23 budget includes an additional almost $43 million to fund the TTC's obligations for the operation and maintenance of lines 5 and 6 and the conversions of line 3 in 2023. And so this slide gives you a sense of the scope of the service that's being provided, the role that the TTC has in it, the status and the costs associated with it. I will not go through all the details, but you can see that 30.6 million of that is for line 5, another 10.5 for line 6, another 1.5 to begin the work in replacing service on the SRT. Next slide, please. So as we move forward into the next 2 years, we see that the transit expansion conversion costs will continue to have an impact on our budget. And so for 2024, what we are seeing is about $111 million pressure. And you can see what the key drivers are there, and about $45 million comes through the expansion of service, as well as another $43 million is required to support our base service. And that's before any increase from collective bargaining as our agreements expire in April of 24, or any restoration of service should ridership demand change. Next slide. So when we look to our ridership, we still see the financial impact of COVID expected for at least through 2025. And so for 2024, we see an additional $350 million pressure there, and in 25, another 335. And so over the next 2 years, we still see a funding pressure in the TTC of roughly $461 million in 24 and 379 in 2025. These are still estimates and subject to our experience, but this just gives you an order of magnitude of what that impact might be. And so we really need to talk about a multi-year, multi-pronged investment strategy to sustain the existing expanded service. And I'd like to leave you with that final thought as we turn to our capital overview next. Okay, I'd like to present the 23 capital plan, our 15-year plans, and of course the capital plan is what we call, quote unquote, the funded portion of our 15-year capital investment plan. Next slide, please. So again, let me start with a little bit of context for 2023. So the TTC has a capital asset inventory that's valued at over just $22 billion that are all being used to support the delivery of our service. And you can see from this chart how that is allocated, with much of it going to our tunnels and structures, which are so critical to the delivery of our service, our buildings and structures, as well as our rolling stock and our fleet. Next slide, please. So in order to support our capital planning and budgeting, we have 2 companion documents. The first is our capital investment plan that's on the left, called Making Headway. It was first initiated in 2019 and has been updated annually. And our second, which was new in 2022, is our 15-year real estate investment plan. Together, these companion documents guide our stewardship of our $22 billion asset inventory. They're updated annually. They identify the needs, interdependencies of what's funded and not funded. They provide a focused roadmap and plan around needs and timing. And we take an integrated approach with these 2 documents and what we do in our capital plan, and they lay out the key investment priorities and the funding that is associated with that. Next slide, please. So we have taken an integrated approach to our transit investments. To get the most out of those investments, they must advance on all 4 fronts in a coordinated way. There's an investment in one category, but others fall behind, the entire system is weakened. And so when we think about those investments, we look at our fleet, the operations and facilities, the system and the network, and of course the real estate to support that. Next slide, please. And so what we have done is we've established 4 programmatic areas to organize our priorities. And a number of priorities were identified as unfunded in 2022, and they're laid out here. And again, with this approach to ensure that our investments must advance in lockstep, we've identified those projects that need to be, that are interdependent and that need to move forward together. Because if one is delayed, then that jeopardizes the larger program of investment. Next slide, please. So with that backdrop, I'll now turn to our 23 capital investment plan. Next slide. So the capital investment plan for 23 is just over $38 billion. And you can see on the left-hand side, it identifies how it's been allocated by mode. And we identify it by our subway, line 1, line 2, our vehicles, our stations, and our infrastructure. On the right side, it lays it out by the different project categories. So what we see here is state of good repair at almost 50%, our service improvements at another 50%, and then of course our health and safety. In total, $12.5 billion is the funded portion, or the 10-year capital plan that's before you. And so what remains unfunded is about $25.5 billion. And so when we look at that, again, by mode, the darker shaded areas shows the portion of which has been funded, while the lighter shaded areas are those that remain unfunded. And similarly, on the right side, if you look at by project category, you can see the portion that is funded that's in the darker shaded areas versus the lighter shaded areas. Next slide, please. So what's changed since the 2022 CIP? Well, we have on the funded portion about $440 million increase, and that's primarily to reflect additional funding that we were able to receive through development charges, as we have new eligible projects that allowed us to free up existing approved debt and make progress on those identified critical priorities in our capital investment plan. The unfunded portion has also increased by about $388 million, and that reflects the additions and completions of projects, some scope refinement and revised cost estimates for existing projects as they move through the stage gate program. Next slide, please. So into the 23 capital plan actually has made progress on those key priorities that I identified previously. Firstly, as it relates to our first program, our 10-year capital plan actually tops up the city's 1/3 share for the purchase of subway trains, making us ready should we be successful in any intergovernmental funding. It also funds the Greenwood Yard. However, we still require funding for the maintenance and storage facility. In terms of our bus replacement electrification program, we today have an application with the federal government and are seeking to identify some additional funding beyond what's in the budget or in the capital plan that today will allow us to purchase 240 electric buses. In terms of our streetcar fleet, we have fully funded the Russell Car House, as well as ensured that the use and how we think about the Hillcrest complex in the future can move ahead. However, we are still require funding for the overhead power that's required once our new streetcars arrive. And finally, the 10-year capital plan has topped up, includes a top-up of $750 million in the last 5 years to help advance some of the needs that have been identified in our state of good repair underfunding. This primarily has gone to our fleet maintenance. Next slide. So now we'll turn to the update on our real estate investment plan. Next slide, please. So our first ever real estate investment plan was established in 22, and it set out the outcome to ensure that we had a strategically planned, optimized, and managed real estate portfolio that not only met TTC's current needs, but ensured that we had sustainable growth and enabled us to move forward with our capital investment plan. And the board last year approved these investment principles that guide that work. Next slide. So the real estate investment strategy is based on ensuring that all our decisions are carefully coordinated so that we can maximize the use of our existing real estate portfolio. And there are 4 core strategies that are established in that plan that looks us at first ensuring that we optimize our existing use of our real estate before we acquire land, and where necessary, identify those needs, explore opportunities to again look at maximizing the efficient use of our real estate, and work together with the city to support city building objectives. Next slide. So compared to last year, the real estate investment plan adds new real estate needs to align with the 2023 CIP. And they're mostly related to requirements for Line 1 and Line 2 capacity enhancement projects. To date, we have also been able to acquire the 800 Kipling property that will accommodate our 10th bus garage, which was identified in that real estate plan, and with City Council's approval, that is now with us. And we have identified warehouse space that's being identified for us to move forward with the ATC Line 2 project, and that report is coming to the next board meeting. And finally, this cornerstone plan has been shared with the city real estate and Create TO staff, and is established as really the new benchmark for real estate planning at the city. And we are working together with those 2 groups to ensure that we can share this practice. Next slide, please. So let's now turn to the 10-year capital plan, as this represents the funded portion of our capital investment plan. So some key highlights. Next slide. So as noted earlier, the 10-year capital plan makes progress on funding our critical key priorities that we identified in 2022, provides funding to meet commitments that we have to ensure that the infrastructure is in place to replace Line 3 with bus service in late 23. We are able to now, we have the funding to ensure that we can install digital advertising in the subway network, that we continue the delivery of 336 hybrid buses, and the requirements for our streetcar program. It also advances work on major capacity improvement projects like the Bloor-Yonge Lines 1 and Line 2 projects. It fully funds cost escalations for in-flight projects to ensure that they can continue, which have been subject and the impact being felt by all. And finally, continues our business modernization program with the implementation of SAP, Maximo Vision, Wheel-Trans, and Stations Transformation. Next slide, please. So the 10-year capital plan is actually made up of about 28 major projects and 16 major state of good repair projects. And so we've strategically bundled into major project portfolios. And so what's presented today here identifies how we've allocated the fund according to those portfolios. So for 2023, the capital budget's $1.3 billion, and you can see that 21% of it is being allocated to our subway portfolio, another $400 million to our streetcar bus and Wheel-Trans portfolio, which combined represent about 52% or just over half of the funding. Our network-wide portfolio, which is essentially our technology works, represents about 2% or $33 million, and our major state of good repair, combined with our ongoing state of good repair, which are our smaller programs of work, but are critical to the infrastructure and are really the fabric of the system, represent $622 million or 46%. Equally profiled on the 10-year side, you can see the allocations there, with essentially over 60% associated with the major portfolios. Next slide, please. So what we have done here is just really plotted how that spending will happen over the 10-year period. So the blue here, the blue part of this chart represents the subway portfolio, and you can see how it will peak in 2028, and that represents really the construction work beginning for Bloor-Yonge, as well as the Line 1 capacity project ramp up. The next group, which represents our streetcar, bus, and Wheel-Trans portfolio, shows the level of activity and spending associated with the procurement of our streetcar, our e-bus, and our hybrid bus replacement. That's primarily between 2023 and 2025. The green portion, which is our network-wide portfolio, takes us to about 2027, 2028, which is the duration of many of these major technology implementations. And then the orange part, which is really our major state of good repair projects, you can see that there is a higher level of spending in the front end of the program. It then dips down in the middle and then increases slightly at the back. And that reflects at the back the $750 million top-up that we have identified. And those major state of good repair projects represent things like our subway and surface track replacement, our vehicle overhauls, our major roofing, elevator escalation, and so forth. Next slide, please. And so when you plot those major programs against our ongoing programs, you can see the same profiling of spending. But what should be noted is on the ongoing state of good repair, which essentially are the nuts and bolts that keep the system moving, it dips down quite significantly in the back. And that's even with the $750 million top-up. And that's particularly true as we are concerned about the state of good repair and the aging infrastructure in line 2. Next slide, please. So slightly different view, and we'll go through this quickly, but if you can see, this is our health and safety spending. Higher in the front represents our work around easier access. The blue, which is our state of good repair, is shown over the 10-year period, and you can see it's quite sizable in the front, but dips down in the back. And finally, our service improvement represents the green portion of these charts, fairly consistent overall, but does dip down at the end. And I would just like to draw your attention to the total state of good repair spending, which we see as it's just over $900 million in the first couple of years. However, that drops off to about 50% of that by the end. In a sense, what we really need to do is maintain a steady state. And this shows that lack of spending. Next slide, please. And so in the absence of sufficient state of good repair funding, you can see our backlog. And so the dotted blue line shows the actual funding that we have in the 10-year capital plan. The next line shows you our state of good repair for all of our structures. The red line, which is next, shows us the backlog associated with our vehicle overhauls and procurements. And when you put this together, you can see the accelerated rate of backlog that takes us from about $92.5 million, or 0.4% of our asset value in 2032, to just over $6.2 billion, almost $6.3 billion, or almost 18% of that asset value. Next slide. So how's this 10-year capital plan funded? 2/3 of that funding comes from the City of Toronto through the City Building Fund or debt, as well as development charges and some minor reserve draws. Provincial funding and federal funding combined represent really the other third. And so the PTIF funding here represents the commitments or secured funding we have from each order of government to support the 1/3 share of the Bloor-Young program. We receive provincial gas tax from both levels of government, as well as we've received project-specific funding for our streetcar program. And while these are existing sources of funding, there are some risks around that. And so we know that market conditions are impacting the city's debt affordability and ability to borrow given the interest rates. We know that Bill 123 may have an impact on DC funding, and we're still assessing that. And while we assume that the gas taxes are constant, those taxes could be impacted by lower consumption in the future. Next slide, please. So what does the 10-year capital plan funding mean what does the 10-year capital funding do to our unmet needs and our key priorities? Next slide, please. So while we've shown it in different ways, would like to just give you a sense of scope and scale. The The top part of this chart on the left-hand side shows you the unfunded portion of our 10-year capital plan, which is roughly about $11.8 billion. And when you extend that out to the following 5 years, there's another $9.9 million that's unfunded. Next slide. So what sits behind that, those shading, the shaded part that's unfunded? And so this chart, while busy, it just highlights kind of the major programs of work that have yet to require funding. So there's about $463 million in health and safety programs. Our fleet purchases total about $5.3 billion. And essentially, those are buses that need to be replaced in the 10-year window, about 1,400 buses, with another 975 beyond. Our subway cars are also built into that. It's the 80 trains that we are looking to replace. They are coming to the end of their useful life, which is 30 years. And without a funding program, we may have to look at extending it for another 10. But all that does is defer the cost and in the eventuality that they're required. Service planning items that include our transit loops and jump queues, lanes and bus corridors, total about $505 million. And of course, there's the ongoing work for Line 1 and Line 2, which is about building capacity, but also includes state of good repair projects within there. Next slide, please. And so we continue to have these as our key investment priorities for the very reasons I just outlined. So those new subway trains are required, and a commitment is required to procure them as they are nearly coming to the end of their 30-year life. Along with that is the train maintenance and storage facility that's required to house them. And while we want to proceed with our electrification of our bus fleet, the issue is really we need to replace those buses and electrify them so that we can meet the city's net zero target. And finally and foremostly, the cornerstone of our operation is ensuring that our state of good repair program is fully funded. Next slide. And so while there are benefits to the system to those investments, that I'd like to highlight some other benefits from transit investment. The TTC is currently working with the U of T's mobility network and to help define what the benefits of investing in transit are, and the TTC specifically. While not yet fully complete, I'd like to share some of the preliminary findings, particularly the economic modeling we have done with Professor DiFrancesco. And so what we have found is that an investment in the TTC Capital Works translates into $1 additional in GDP for every dollar invested. It adds $2.40 in the economic activity for every dollar invested. And for every $1 million invested, it creates 15 new jobs. And so the approval of the 10-year capital plan today will add $12.6 billion in additional GDP, almost $30 billion in economic activity, and over 180,000 jobs. If we were to receive full funding for those critical unfunded priorities, that would then add to these economic benefits by $8 billion, almost $19 billion in economic activity, and over 114,000 jobs. And finally, if the CIP were to be fully funded, then that would add $38.6 billion in GDP and create $91.4 billion in economic activity and add almost 560,000 jobs. 89% of that economic benefits generated by the investments occur within Ontario, with 52% of that being in the GTA and 11% of those benefits being realized nationally. Next slide. In addition to those economic benefits, we also know that there are environmental benefits from these investments. And so the 10-year capital plan's funding of 336 hybrid buses, 240 electric buses, and 10 Wheel-Trans buses will reduce our GHG emissions by over 30,000 tons. If we were able to have the bus program fully funded, that would then add 165,000 ton reduction. In addition, there are other benefits to be realized. State of good repair improves reliability, it prevents passenger delays, and reduces the cost of lost productivity. So investing in the system is critical not only to the success of the existing system, but also to the economy. Investments in state of good repair yield a benefit cost ratio of 3, which is the same as transit expansion. Also, we see that transit reduces traffic congestion, and so the capacity on line 1 is the equivalent of about 26 lanes of traffic. And without it, we would have to replace that line with about 8 to 9 Gardner expressways. Ensuring that we have the right transit in place not only ensures that we have the traffic congestion that comes down, but that reduction occurs in GHG emissions, it improves climate, air quality, and public health. There are also benefits to the transit users who switch from personal automobiles because they can realize significant savings. And improvements in service expand opportunities to riders to travel to jobs, training that would not otherwise be accessible, and allows more people to access leisure activities and culture events. Next slide, please. And so the long-term investment in the TTC is as critical as ever. The COVID experience has clearly exposed the high dependency on the fare box as a key vulnerability that will challenge the TTC's ability to provide safe, reliable, and transit service. Equally, the state of good repair backlog is growing at an accelerated rate, for which funding in TTC's infrastructure is critical. While the funding is necessary to sustain our existing expanded service is significant, it needs to be considered an investment and not a cost. Investing in the TTC will accrue economic, environmental, and social benefits that extend beyond the city and contribute to the vitality and well-being of the region, the province, and actually the nation. And so as a result, a multi-year, multi-pronged investment strategy is required that provides long-term, predictable funding from all 3 orders of government in order to sustain TTC's existing and future service. And final slide. So the pandemic revealed that public transit is essential for keeping our city moving through good times and bad. And so for the sake of Toronto's health and prosperity, we must keep investing in the TTC. Thank you.
Thank you, Josie. I just want to say thank you again. That was a great presentation. Thank you for bringing it all together for this board as well as for the TTC. I would like to extend a thank you to you and your finance team for the tirelessness commitment they've made to this budget and all year round. So thank you for that. I'd also like to express, if I may, the TTC's gratitude to our federal and provincial partners for providing essential transit relief funding, as well as recognizing the importance of public transit as an essential service and core to the recovery of our great city. And you can see from the continuing work that we have ongoing with the University of Toronto that funding the TTC is an investment that yields significant economic, environmental, and social benefits. And I do look forward to the further discussions with them about ways we can support the TTC in the coming years. I'd also like to take this time to thank Mayor Tory, City Council for their commitment, continued support for this challenging year. And of course, thank you, Chair, and the Vice Chair, and all the commissioners for your guidance and leadership. I look forward to working with everyone over the balance of this term. So, Chair, that concludes our opening remarks. Presentation, thank you.
Thank you, Rick. Thank you, Josie. That was quite informative. We will move on to deputants. We're going to hold the questions of staff till after that. So just a reminder that each deputant has 3 minutes to address the board. And Clerk, if you can proceed.
Our first speaker today is Alan Ewell. Go ahead.
Mr. Chair, you have supplemental information as correspondence to this presentation. For those who don't know me, my name is Alan Ewell. My identifiers are me, myself, and oh my God, not him again. This budget recommends a 10% increase on all adult and youth fares. This sort of makes sense as the monthly sales of our monthly passes have plummeted since 2015. Sorry, no time. Sorry, no time. Actually, there's time for this one. You have, as part of your communications, 21 different transit agencies in Ontario. My God, not him again. The TTC is below market rate in its cash fares. It's above, way above market rate in its monthly pass costs. This budget recommends no increase in the per trip price of a senior bus pass, except It takes 57 trips to break even on a monthly pass for a senior citizen in Toronto. Hamilton, it's 18 trips to break even. Brampton citizens ride for free if they're seniors. So let's build a better TTC budget. The cash fare should go up to $350 versus the proposed $335. The adult monthly pass should go down to $115.50, which is 35 trips, which is still above the provincial average, but it is a start. Adding more rides in the morning is expensive, but at 8 p.m. it's a whole lot less expensive. In 2021, this report came out on our fare policy. In York Region, politicians paid 60% of the cost of transit. Toronto, you politicians, and 4 of you are here, you only pay 37%. In 2 of the 3 largest cities, transit riders only pay 30% of the fare costs. Toronto, you expect us to pay 62%. I have no trouble paying my fair share of the TTC fare, but as city councillors, you need to step up as well. Mr. Chair, I appreciate your enthusiasm and look forward to working for you the next 4 years. But you need to remember, to me, you're merely number 5. We need to have a serious conversation about what transit and Torontonians need and how it's going to be paid for. We need to do this conversation now. Please don't make me wait for number 6. At this point in the budget meeting, I generally start my writing my next year's deputation. Except this time I'm going to do something different. I'm going to play deputational bingo. There are 24 questions, reasons, justifications, and pontifications as to why the city won't fund the TTC properly. That's from the past 12 years. Let's see how many of those are repeated today. Let the games begin. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions for the speaker?
Next deputant is Adam Colquhoun. Go ahead.
Hey, this is Adam Colquhoun, a long-time TTC user, been using TTC and wheel trans for close to 25 years. The main meat of my deputation and why I'm bringing it more to the budget is because this is when we decide what money we're going to spend, both for this year and the next 15 years. And it's come to my attention that with all the subtraction of staff from the TTC, no strategy has really been thought of how we're going to do customer service. The TTC has basically gone from being an Eaton style of customer service with noble history to more of an honest Ed style of customer service with everybody should fend for themselves and stuff. I know most of these decisions were made by the province to make these cuts and stuff, but the TTC has not really invested at all in technology to try and figure out a plan to get the TTC to actually work with new technology. And even the intercom systems, they're not very user-friendly. They're not very accessible at all. They have major pain points in using them. Literally, they have pain points because trying to press the buttons have literally made my fingers bleed. And when I ask other people to help me press the buttons, even the ones in the stations, I'm getting comments from people, oh, those aren't supposed to be used by anybody. Those are only supposed to be used for emergencies. So there is no actual way for us to contact TTC staff, or the message to most of the general public is don't contact us unless there's an emergency. It reminds me of the famous line that used to be in Honest Ed store, which was, don't bug our staff, they have their own problems. Now, if we're not supposed to bug staff, then the TTC system is going to become a wild west of small-time criminals. Sure, the stabbings and some of the bigger things make the news, but the petty thefts and the other regular stuff is not really going to make the news. And yes, we need more people in uniforms down in the TTC, but we need more people in the TTC uniform, not in a police uniform, just to look like they're enforcing the law. When there was more staff around the TTC, we had more loyalty to the TTC. We respected the TTC. We didn't really want to harm the TTC. Now that the TTC is starting to become faceless, and with Presto, it's starting to feel more like an object of the city, of the province, there needs to be these changes. And I know you're reaching out to the community and you're reaching out to the university. You really need to look at what kind of technology can you actually use to make more virtual concierge and customer services for people everywhere in the TTC, whether it's on trains, on buses, or in the station, and make it easy and accessible and usable for everybody. You can't just take away customer service from people and expect everybody to just act properly with the low budget.
Okay, thank you.
As
Can I
will
get you,
find
can
in
I
the
ask you,
next 4 years, I will, yes.
can I ask you to wrap up? You're at about almost 5 minutes.
All right. Thank you for giving me the extra time with the accessibility. Thanks. And you will hear more from me in the deputation coming up, but start to invest in actual customer service. Thanks.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Seeing none, can we move to the next?
Our next speaker is Jennifer Conroy. Go ahead.
Yes, can everybody hear me? Okay. Look at the budget for 2023. It seems like the priority for Wheel-Trans is the family of services. We have to consider delaying this until some of the issues on the conventional services are addressed and resolved. Having us move over to conventional transit will cause more difficulties than solutions. The increase in passengers will lead to more overcrowding on TTC buses, which will negatively affect those of us using mobility devices. It should be noted that depending on the device, it can take up to 4 times the space, which causes another potential problem. While accessible taxis can seem like a viable alternative to Wheel-Trans, the reality is another matter. The back of the cabs tend to be very cramped and small, and when you account for a power chair needing 4 times the space, that can make squeezing in a vehicle very difficult. Depending on where to people on a fixed income. Depending on which company and a consumer decides to utilize, they also have a limited number of accessible vehicles, meaning that the customer would be waiting 2 to 3 hours for a ride, which is problematic, especially when getting to and from medical appointments. The family of services is still a concern for Wheel-Trans users, especially due to the recent violence on the conventional TTC system. One of the recent acts was an attack on a young woman which sadly ended in her death. I find this horrifying as I myself live with cerebral palsy. Persons with disabilities are considered to be among the city's most vulnerable, and unfortunately incidents like these just demonstrate how vulnerable we are. Violence isn't the only concern we have about the family services. With these incoming cuts to bus schedules, that means fewer buses and longer wait times between connecting TTC rides. That in turn would make it nearly impossible to get to places on time. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Jennifer. Any questions? Seeing none.
Our next speaker is Patrick McCartney. Go ahead.
Good morning, TTC members. My name is Patrick McCartney, and I'm a resident of Ward 14, Toronto Danforth. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I want to talk about the environmental impact of the proposed TTC operating budget and urge you to reconsider its service cuts and fare increases. My main concern is climate change. Some of us still discount the threat it poses, even though the UN Secretary General warned us last November that, quote, we are on a highway to climate hell with 1 foot still on the accelerator. Still skeptical about climate change? I can prove to you that it is a real and present danger. Atmospheric river, weather bomb, heat dome, derecho, or derecho. Few of us had heard of these terms just a few short years ago. Now these extreme weather terms are frequently used in our weathercasts. I know other speakers today will make a compelling case that these ill-considered cuts and fare increases will disproportionately affect the most impoverished Toronto citizens, especially shift workers, low income, and racialized riders. That in itself should convince you to reconsider the budget cuts. But in case it doesn't, please consider the consequences for our environment. Service cuts and fare increases are going to reduce ridership, which will lead to lower revenues, which in turn will lead to more service cuts, and the vicious cycle will make it exceedingly difficult for us, if not impossible, to reach our reduced carbon emission targets. Public transit is a crucial component in addressing climate change and improving public health. We are now at the point where the costs of addressing climate change are less than the cost of not doing anything. Just think of how much money we can save by properly funding transit. So public transit emits a fraction of the air pollutants per trip than private vehicles do. Better air quality means fewer emergency room trips for respiratory ailments and the like. Public transit reduces CO2 emissions that cause global warming. So this is going to lead to fewer storms, which will mean we'll have to spend less money cleaning up after floods and less for building flood-resistant infrastructure. It'll also result in fewer droughts, so we'll lose fewer trees in the summer.
You're at 3 minutes, if you can wrap it up.
Sorry, so I just want to finish up by saying the time doesn't allow me to go into any more detail, but please don't proceed with these cuts. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Patrick. Are there any questions? Seeing none.
Our next speaker is Vincent Puhaka. Go ahead, Vincent.
That's probably better. All right, perfect. So I'm built close to the ground for speed and accuracy, so we have to move the microphone here. So I didn't mention in my deputation request that I'm representing TTC riders, and I'm here speaking about the impact of what we feel is a truly awful austerity budget. So I think it's important to set the scene. Toronto's past budgets have relied on the assumption that Residents and businesses want freedom from something, in this case, taxes. That's an example of negative freedom. What's missing from the conversation is the concept that tax-funded public services like transit provide a different kind of freedom, which is freedom to, or positive freedom. Now, I don't need to tell you about how transit allows lower income or working class people to get around the city and live lives. I'm going to use my personal experience to illustrate something slightly different from that obviously very important argument. So for context, I grew up in East Scarborough, what's now the Scarborough-Rouge Park ward. It's pretty similar to neighboring areas of Pickering in terms of being suburban and car dependent, but there is a vast difference in terms of transit service. So my local bus, the 116, travels and still travels on a 10 minutes or better frequency throughout the day. So this allowed my friends and I, as a young person, so much freedom to move around the area without begging parents for a ride or the expense of buying a car once we were able to drive at age 16. When you compare that to my friend whose family moved to Pickering, where buses at the time showed up hourly or maybe half hourly at best, contrast was pretty stark, and his whole life revolved around his parents' schedule. You can easily see how this tax-funded public service gave a lot more freedom to live his life. You fast forward to today, and this experience really isn't much different. Because the TTC historically has had great frequency when compared to other Canadian cities, my partner and I can do most of our things in life without any car. We do have a car share membership for some things, but we're probably saving, I don't know, $1,000 monthly and quite frankly enjoying life a lot more. Not worrying about things like parking and traffic and whatnot. I have lots of friends in the 905 or further afield where dual car ownership for a couple is quite frankly wrecking their finances. The need to find parking for everything is restrictive, so on and so forth. Again, the point here is that tax-supported services offer freedom, and that quote-unquote low taxes actually don't really save people money in the long run. They just outsource the cost to individuals in the form of car ownership, or in the case of this budget, higher transit fares. I actually lived in Edmonton for a little while in the mid-2010s, and that famous no sales tax did nada for me, given that I had to drive everywhere. So why do I bring this up when my life situation seems a lot less dire than some other people you might hear from today? Well, the low tax message is clearly geared towards people like me, reasonably well-paid professionals who are feeling the financial squeeze, but maybe how we have...
You're at 3 minutes if you can wrap it up.
For sure. So essentially, as the city recovers from the pandemic lockdown, you have a choice to fund transit and to increase service as opposed to making cuts and do away with the fare increase in the name of positive freedom.
Thank you. Any questions? Seeing none.
The next speaker is Callum Houston.
My name's Callum, and I live in Don Valley East, and I'm not working right now, but every week on Wednesdays and Thursdays, I'll volunteer at either my food bank or or at Dixon Hall downtown. It takes me about an hour to get there, and that's before the cuts that you guys are proposing. I'm not working, so adding 10 cents to the fare will add up for me. It's 20 cents each there and back. And I'm definitely not the only person who would be impacted by these cuts. There's countless numbers of people who are unhoused who need access to go to warm centers and to get food, and to require them to walk there is pretty cruel to me, as is actually really, essentially what you're doing is putting a tax on people who do not have access to a car or don't have access to other means of transportation, because, I mean, if you can't afford to take the bus, how the hell are you gonna get anywhere? Take a bike? There's no bike lanes around here. There are very few, and it's always a struggle to get any of them implemented. So public transit is the number one way for people to get around the city. There's also the fact that there's an economic incentive for us to have proper public transit. Then we should be investing in that. We shouldn't be making cuts. We shouldn't be, we need to we need to pass the buck to the taxpayer. We should be requiring the province to be paying for this. We should be requiring the feds to pay for this. We should be charging corporations, not the most vulnerable. I hope you guys will reconsider these cuts going forward. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Oh, seeing none.
Our next speaker is Debbie Solar. Debbie, please go ahead.
Good morning. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I'm sorry I couldn't be there in person. I have an excruciating migraine, but I appreciate that we all have the opportunity to speak about this very important budget. 46 years ago next month, I came to Toronto, to Canada, with my family as immigrants, political refugees. And the first thing my mom did was teach me the TTC in case I got lost. And it was a wonderful thing 46 years ago. But almost 5 decades later, we are very far behind. I am a parent of 3 teenagers, a family of 5 on 1 income. Raising the fare 10 cents is going to affect my family exponentially. But there are other families that I'm more concerned about who earn far less than my family does. And I don't think that they can afford this. I'm very concerned about them. The majority of the people that use the TTC are those that earn the least amount of money in our city. They're shift workers. There are the immigrants. We need to find other ways to fund the TTC, not on the backs of these vulnerable people. Also, I'm very concerned about the incredible amount of money, over $2 million as I understand it, that will be spent on these extra constables. Yes, it seems as though the TTC is unsafe lately, but the whole city is unsafe. Perhaps we need to look not at safety, but at help for the unhoused, at help for those with mental health challenges, not constables, not police officers. We need to look at the root problems before they become safety issues, be it on our buses, our subways, our streetcars. Also, some of the other speakers were speaking about overcrowding. Now with these budget cuts, changes, we're going to have even fuller subways, fuller streetcars, fuller buses. I use a walker. It's difficult already to get onto one of the vehicles with a walker. It's going to be even more difficult. What about that mother with a stroller? What about those with wheelchairs? TTC has spent so much money retrofitting buses and streetcars and trains so that they're more universally usable by those with disabilities.
You're at 3 minutes, Debbie.
But
If you can wrap it up, please.
Full, how will we use them? I really appreciate the moment to speak. I really hope that you consider everything that all the deputies have brought forth to you today.
Thank
you very much.
Thanks, Debbie. Are there any questions? No?
Our next speaker is Colby Badwar.
Good morning. I want you to picture this scenario. It's 8 a.m. rush hour on a Monday morning. Commuters are piling into Bloor-Young Station. They hear a dreaded announcement. Service is suspended between St. Clair and College due to a trespasser at Rosedale Station. Transit Control has called Toronto Police Communications, but 53 Division is tied up with a fatal collision at Yonge and Egg. TTC Special Constables are dispatched to conduct a track search, but the closest available cars are at Union and Lansdowne stations. In average traffic, it's a 20-minute drive for both of them to respond to the scene. TTC Special Constables don't have emergency vehicle status, so they're stuck in traffic with every other driver while they navigate Toronto's mess of unsynchronized traffic lights. STM constables in Montreal have this authority, as do transit peace officers in Edmonton and Calgary. The TTC lacks this authority. Meanwhile, as customers pile into Bloor-Young Station from Line 2, Transit Control is forced to dispatch shuttle buses. When TTC constables finally arrive on scene, they unfortunately find an individual deceased on the tracks. Train service remains suspended, and the TTC attempts to cope with the frustrated customers piling onto Yonge Street to wait for shuttle buses. Another pair of TTC constables arrive from Kipling to assist with a new problem. Up the street around St. Clair Station, bumper-to-bumper traffic and illegally stopped cars are preventing shuttle buses from running smoothly. TPS has no resources to assist as they're busy investigating 2 fatalities now. Quote, planned or unplanned subway service disruptions have the potential to create severe traffic and transit gridlock as the TTC has to resort to shuttle buses to replace the affected portion of the subway. It is in the best interest of the TTC and the city to respond and mitigate transit disruptions as quickly and as efficiently as possible. Toronto Police Services is in support of the development and implementation of initiative reviewable after 1 year involving direction of traffic by a police officer, removal of vehicle debris blocking traffic, and provincial offenses under Part 2, POA, that's parking tickets. That is from the Transit Enforcement Unit's 2017 annual report. The board received no update on these authorities in the 2018 report, which had been championed by Vice Chair Heisey. Chair Burnside, you may recall that frontline TPS officers always wanted the TTC to be able to manage these unplanned subway closures as they cause traffic and safety concerns on roadways that generate additional calls for service for Toronto Police. The Ministry of the Solicitor General is requesting input on a proposed prohibition on emergency vehicle status for special constables in Ontario right now. Such a prohibition is obviously a mistake. I have 2 suggestions for the board. Number 1, write to the minister and implore him to reject this proposal. And number 2, direct staff to report back on the previously agreed to authorities with TPS, which TTC constables still currently maintain within York Region pursuant to the agreement with York Regional Police, and ensure that these authorities are in force and utilized within the City of Toronto. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Holliday. Question?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for speaking to us. It's probably a little outside the budget, but nonetheless, I get the point. Been through those, many examples that many of us have. Where can I go look to see the network or the grid, maybe the matrix, of what the different special constables have in various jurisdictions so that I can compare? Because you mentioned that. I'd like to look into this a little further, so here's my chance to ask you.
Absolutely. So each province has different policies, and some provinces don't have quote-unquote special constables. Every province is different. I don't really know of a centralized database of all the different authorities in each different jurisdiction, but I'm happy to give you as much information as I'm aware about that, and I can refer you to some people who may be able to provide additional information about the different legal authorities in different jurisdictions.
Thank you, I'll take that. But just to play back, I think what I heard was this stems under provincial legislation that defines the special constables, and so those powers would be laid out.
Yeah, so currently there's laws in Ontario that regulate special constables, and currently the Ministry of the Solicitor General is conducting a review, a regulatory review on those authorities and standards, and as part of those regulations which they are considering, there is a proposal to prohibit emergency vehicle status for special constables, which is something that doesn't currently exist. That would be a new prohibition.
Right.
There are, right now, special constables utilize emergency lights, typically on their own property, not on public roadways, but it is the position of special constables in the province that they should not be denied these authorities for the reasons that I outlined, and of course, other jurisdictions in Canada make use of these authorities.
Thank you. And did you have any opinion on the special constables that are contained in this budget?
I am.
Okay if you don't, but
no, of course. I'm bringing this up because I am strongly in favor of adding more staff. But the important question is, will the staff be effective based on the level of support and authority that they are provided by the board and management? And I would suggest that hiring more staff, if they don't have necessary authorities and necessary supports, isn't going to have the achieved outcome on enhancing safety in the system. And those supports are not just limited to these authorities. I think there's a broader problem with the level of support that officers currently receive from the organization.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Anyone else? Commissioner Moyes?
Thank you. So you're talking more around enforcement than perhaps prevention. You suggested that perhaps we reach out to the province asking for some of these special provisions. What about TTC barriers, for example? I mean, that's a form of, prevention of things.
Excuse me, barriers?
Yeah, barriers on the platforms.
Oh, platform edge doors. Yeah, of course. I think that's a very good idea. The TTC has been discussing this for many, many years. Of course, it is the position of the TTC that platform edge doors are not technically feasible without automatic train control. So automatic train control is in place on line 1 now, but of course it's unfunded. And I think a recent estimate said that this is going to be at least $2 billion, maybe more, to get those installed for the entirety of line 1. If I understand correctly, staff can give you their estimate.
I'm well aware, but I'm just thinking you're asking us to advocate to the province for certain things, but not others. So I'm not quite sure why you wouldn't recommend that as well. But
well, I only have so many minutes, but that's something that I think is well worth the TTC to do. But I think asking for $2 billion is something that you're less likely to get than a simple regulatory change from the Ministry of the Solicitor General. I think that's an easier thing to get than money, which is obviously always something that higher levels of government are not very willing to provide.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? I have a couple. So I do have a certain familiarity with the program. If I'm not mistaken, currently special constables, unless they're in some immediate pursuit, their power is strictly on TTC property. Is that fair to say?
Well, on in relation to TTC property, I would say. So
Okay.
they have authority off transit property in certain circumstances. Obviously, any call in relation to a bus or a street call, they have authority. They have authority within city limits for the purposes of transporting offenders to either TPS station or a hospital under a Mental Health Act. I should also add that, of course, Toronto Police Special Constables have this emergency vehicle authority currently, as all special constables who are employed by police services do. It's just non-police specials don't have emergency vehicle status.
Right. So strikes me that you'd be into a whole new level of training. But if Toronto Police Special Constables have that power, why wouldn't the TTC just look at contracting out those and getting Toronto Police Special Constables?
Well,
or police officers for that matter.
Sure. So back in 2009, the Toronto Police Services established their transit patrol unit. 2 years later, Chief Blair forced through the disbandment of TTC Special Constable Services and said that his officers would be responsible for providing these services. That didn't work for the TTC because Toronto Police refused to enter into a service agreement with the TTC to ensure level of service that they would need for their own needs. So what happened was Toronto Police officers would often be not responding to incidents on the TTC, especially more minor issues in the grand scheme of things, such as a trespasser at track level. If Toronto Police has a major criminal incident ongoing, they're going to allocate resources away from what is to them a minor issue, a provincial trespass incident, but that's a very significant emergency for the TTC, so that agreement did not work. That's why the special constable status was restored in 2014, because that relationship you're describing in which Toronto Police would have this responsibility was a failure, and Toronto Police was forced to do a 180 on that arrangement because it just didn't work for anybody.
Yeah, I think the time period you're referencing is before the Toronto Police had the special constables. That was the first point. And then I think the other point, I'll just leave it at that. That would be my main point, that the police service has changed. The other point is I'm talking about actually contracting out the TTC, paying for a contract with him. But anyway, we can, if you'd like to have that discussion another time, we can do that as well. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Our next speaker is Sheila Pisey Allen.
Hello. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today. My name is Sheila Pisey Allen. I'm representing TTC Riders, a membership-based group of transit users, and I wanted to speak to you today about the serious equity impacts of this budget, who these service cuts and fare increases will impact the most. People with disabilities. The off-peak service standard, like the crowding standard, is changing. There will be standing room only, and that will impact people who use wheelchairs and mobility devices, their ability to board conventional transit. There'll be less room for strollers, for people with grocery carts, and there's another impact on women. Service cuts in the off-peak, late at night, waiting up to 10 minutes for a subway. All of my personal experiences of harassment on the TTC have happened late at night when there's been few riders around. There's less safety when there's fewer riders, and this budget is a recipe to drive more people away with service cuts. We need to be increasing TTC service, winning back riders with lower fares, more frequent service, and a welcoming TTC. That's the recipe for safety and ridership recovery. Racialized people. The TTC's own data shows that Black and Indigenous people are grossly misrepresented in enforcement incidents. Adding more police, that will compound that problem, and racialized people are also most impacted by the service cuts. And finally, low-income people. Obviously, low-income people depend on TTC the most. The TTC's data shows this, but there's a very disturbing policy change in this budget. Some people under the poverty line are being asked to pay more in a fare increase to pay for a small discount for other people under the poverty line. It's basically a shell game. And I'm talking about the expansion of the Fare Pass program. It will be up to 50,000 people will become eligible. And we can look at what that number really means for how many people benefited from it this year. But the way this is being expanded is very wrong and very inequitable. There's a couple of reasons. This program was designed to be funded by the city subsidy through Social Development, Finance, and Administration for a reason, to avoid this scenario where people under the poverty line are being asked to pay a fare increase to fund a discount for other people under the poverty line. The second reason is the expansion of the discount to make 50,000 people eligible. It doesn't even cover everyone under the poverty line. So the program is designed for people earning low-income measure plus 15%, around $30,000 per year. This extends it to people earning $19,000 a year. So last thing I'll say on fares is that no one is being fooled that a fare increase is actually needed, right? It's going to generate $16 million. What's the TTC deficit? $366 million, and there's another deficit from 2022, right? So you're going after the wrong people, the lowest income people in Toronto, and it's not going to generate enough revenue. We need to be asking the federal government, provincial government, obviously, but the City of Toronto has the revenue tools to raise hundreds of millions of dollars for the TTC. So we sent a letter earlier outlining some of these equity impacts. I think that's all the time I have to say, but I encourage you to read that in full. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions? Mr. Holliday?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Sheila. You mentioned you're affiliated with an organization. Are you speaking on behalf, or are you speaking by yourself?
Yeah, I'm speaking on behalf of TTC Riders, and the reason we're experts in this issue is that we helped advocate for the Fare Pass for years, and we've also helped run sign-up clinics. We've talked to lots of people who are eligible, helped them sign up, understand the barriers. Yeah.
Yeah, I saw your letter. It was circulated to us, so thank you. Just so I understand, though, your main concern, though, is the concept of riders, by virtue of the fares they pay, paying for the Fare Pass program, which is basically an income transfer program, right? Is that the main heart of it? So, like, you're worried about where the source of the revenue is to pay for that.
Exactly. We think that the lowest income residents of Toronto should not be paying more to fund a small discount for other low income residents under the poverty line. People who can afford to pay more should be the ones subsidizing that program.
Okay.
So that's how it was designed. This is a total change. That's why we're flagging this. This is never how it's been funded in the past.
Sorry, I just caught something there that caught me off guard. You said, what was the last line you said? Who should pay for it?
People that can afford to pay more. So it should be subsidized through the general city budget and other revenues A fare increase to fund this program is increasing fares for people under the poverty line. So it's a shell game. And what we're concerned about is that this program was designed to be funded through Social Development Finance and Administration. This is a change to see it funded through the TTC, and that's why I'm speaking about it today.
No, I get the concept. I mean, I'm going to paraphrase. Your preference is that it come from tax rolls. But why do you assume, though, that the property tax system means that the people can pay it easier?
Well, we're talking about people living under the poverty line, being asked to pay more for something that they depend on to get to their healthcare appointments, to get to the food bank, to get to work. And there are other revenue tools, not just the property tax base. You know, one revenue tool we're really interested in is a parking levy on big malls and commercial landlords who can't afford to pay more.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you. Thank you for speaking to us.
Thank you.
Commissioner Moyes.
Thank you. Thank you for coming in today and speaking to us. I've read that the Fare Pass uptake is low. Why do you think that is, and how do you remedy that?
Yeah, I think we have talked to lots of people, helping them apply for the Fare Pass, and a few reasons are not everyone knows about it. So there do need to be resources put into promoting it for everyone. And that's another reason we're concerned about this policy proposed today, is that it seems to be an arbitrary income figure. Right now, Fare Pass is for people receiving Ontario Works, Ontario Disability Support Program, people rent geared to income, people with a childcare fee subsidy. The city knows who they are. They should send them free TTC cards. That's what we would like to see. But this small income eligibility, how will this be promoted? So a big barrier is not knowing about the Fare Pass, and we're concerned that 50,000 people are eligible. How many people will actually benefit from this year? Who is going to know about it? Who is going to tell them? And then the other piece of this is around the numbers is that the budget has allocated $2 million to fund the Fare Pass for 50,000 people. When you look at the original Fare Pass report from 2016, and this is in the letter, you can look at the numbers yourself, 36,000 people was sort of the expected uptake from the first year, and that would cost $4 million. So the numbers don't add up. $2 million is maybe going to fund the Fare Pass for 18,000 people. There's not a lot of details, but we're very concerned that no one is going to know about the program and this benefit. And again, this is affecting people under the poverty line.
One additional question. So there's a narrative that I've been told that the monthly pass is not rising, and that people should perhaps get that instead of paying a single fare. So you've mentioned that people who are impoverished, use the single fare system, right? So perhaps you could comment why do you believe, and I know the answer to this, why do you believe they don't have, perhaps purchase a monthly pass instead of a single fare as they would?
Yeah, it would be interesting to look at the data of how many people using the Fare Pass are purchasing monthly passes versus using single fares, but that's why the Fare Pass is important. It doesn't just give a discount to a monthly pass. The name pass is kind of confusing, but it actually provides a discount for single fares because, and we'll hear today from transit users who earn low incomes, work with people with low incomes, that people are counting every penny. People are making choices between buying food and taking public transit, and so it's just not affordable for someone living under the poverty line to pay $123.25 for a Fare Pass. That's what I would say.
Okay, thank you for that.
Any other questions? I do have one. You mentioned about fairness in the system, and people who can afford to pay should pay, right? Would that not lead one to or could that lead one to the conclusion that the cost of the TTC should be closer, the fare should be closer to the actual cost, unless you have a economic rationale for others? So what I'm trying to get at is, if you live, let's just use the stereotypical Rosedale, why should the city be subsidizing your fare?
Right. Well, there's no transit system, in the world that doesn't have a public subsidy, right? And what we believe is that the City of Toronto and all 3 levels of government should be subsidizing the TTC more, because every time we raise the fare, more riders are driven away. And this is a really important crossroads that the TTC is at. If we increase the fares and cut service, people will stay away, people will not come back to the TTC, and ridership will decline and spiral. It sounds dramatic, but experts call it a death spiral. The more you cut, the less you can rely on it, and you'll just stop taking it. And that will continue to lower the revenues coming into the TTC.
Okay. Leads me to a second question, though. Do you think, back to my stereotypical Rosedale resident, do you think that the 10-cent fare increase would prevent them from riding it, or do you think safety concerns? Like, do you think they would stop using the TTC because of the 10 cents, or do you think they might stop using the TTC or not come back to the TTC for safety concerns? Which do you think might be stronger for those users?
Yeah, it's a good question. I mean, I don't know, probably the stereotypical Rosedale resident can pay more in property taxes to subsidize the TTC for everyone. But, you know, there's like every little piece that's being carved away from the ridership is impacting overall safety. So, you know, I think that somebody who lives in Rosedale who wants to go somewhere and they look at the schedule and they can't rely on the TTC, but then there might be another, you know, lower income person who's coming to clean someone's home in Rosedale, and you know, their everyday livelihood is being impacted by the fare increase. So I think that it all works together. We need to lower fares and increase service frequency if we're going to help rebuild ridership in Toronto.
Okay, thank you. Oh, then I guess I have one more question. Would you ever be in favor of an increase in fares, or should they stay at the current rate for as long as we can see?
Well, the City of Toronto's plan is to move towards free transit to meet our climate goals. We need to be lowering fares for everyone and moving in that direction if we want to get more people onto the TTC. It's in a policy that the Toronto City Council has approved.
Okay, thank you. Sure.
So when I was reading through this document over the weekend, one of the phrases I found in here was equity. And looking at this transit route cut in an equity lens, in your opinion, do you think that the cuts that may be proposed, which we're not quite sure what routes they're considering, but do you think that equity lens is being used in the formula that's presented before us here today?
Well, one of my colleagues will speak more about service cuts, but our concern is precisely that we have no idea what lens is being used to, what data, what equity information is being used to propose these cuts. We know that the TTC will, because of the lead time, will have already started to plan some of the cuts, but we would love to hear, you know, if an equity lens was used. What we do know is that the off-peak service will be cut because the off-peak service standard is changing. There's an official TTC service standard for off-peak service, and that's not part of the budget conversation. It's sort of one line in the budget. How off-peak service is being planned, the standard is changing. More people will be packed onto buses, and the buses will come less frequently. And the TTC's own data shows that women, shift workers, low-income and racialized people are the people that are using transit most in the off-peak. So yeah, there's a huge equity impact. What this budget doesn't tell us is where exactly are those cuts happening, who is going to be affected, and that's data that the public deserves to know and that all of the board members here should see before you vote on the budget.
Okay, thank you for that, and thank you, Mr. Chair, for accommodating me.
Thank you.
My pleasure.
Our next speaker is Kabir Khanna. Kabir Khanna. Okay, our next speaker is August Puranoth.
Hello, TTC board members. My name is August Pentiklam Puranath, and I'm speaking on behalf of TTC riders. And I'm also a student who depends on transit on this city every day to get to work, to get to school, so it impacts me very much. I want to speak with you today about the troubling lack of data and evidence presented in this budget to support these proposed cuts and a lack of information about how they will impact residents. I want to share some important questions that councillors should be asking today, because the public has the right to know how cuts will impact them, and board members should know this information before you vote on it. So first up, I want to ask, will the 10-minute frequent network be protected, as it's not outlined in the budget? Which routes and service periods are being affected by service reductions? What ridership data and equity considerations will these cuts be based on? And the 2023 operating budget proposes a significant policy change on page 26. This is the crowding standard, to service planning standards without an official staff recommendation. So this brings up, procedurally, does the TTC board need to approve changes to its service standards, or are they just a suggestion? So recent reports have highlighted that ridership is recovering much faster in the off-peak, during the evenings, during the midday, during the night. So this absurd move to prioritize rush hour service at the expense of off-peak service goes against the data and disproportionately hurts riders who are low income, people of color, shift workers, and other groups. So once again, what equity considerations are these cuts based on? Overall ridership has grown 46% since last November. This is in the CEO's report. And it's at the highest levels since the pandemic began. So how does it make sense to cut service now by 5% since last year? What ridership data are these cuts based on? Service cuts will not attract people back to transit because the budget does not, and because the budget does not provide one. I want to show an example of what potential cuts could mean to the 57 Midland bus. So if we can go to the next slide. So with the new service standards, crowding levels will be increased from 35 per bus to 45 per bus during the off-peak hours. So in this case, it could mean potentially you could be waiting up to 30 minutes for the Midland bus. This is hypothetical. Next slide, please. So with this increased loading, because the TTC plans service around how many people are using a route in an hour, by increasing the crowding standard, this can be used to justify further cuts on routes today, even as crowding is increasing. And that's a critical issue, especially since many of these routes are in the suburban Toronto. They're very crowded, and it's a major equity issue to be cutting service on these routes. Next slide. Today, the current service was already cut yesterday to every 22 minutes. So these proposed cuts will make service even worse. Next slide. So once again, with potential cuts, it means that more people will be taking fewer buses, and the buses will be even more crowded. And this is a safety issue, it's a health issue, and it's lowering the quality of public transit, especially in vulnerable areas. Because so standards can be used to justify running less bus service, and that's the big issue here. So this is cruel and unacceptable. Transit riders will be forced with more crowded buses and trains while enduring longer wait times. These cuts will steal people's times, especially Scarborough transit riders, where Line 3 is shutting down next year for 7 years. And this means less time with loved ones, less time for sleeping, to cook food, and this impacts quality of life and dignity, and it's just simply cruel. When the TTC made service cuts in the 1990s, it took a decade for ridership to recover, and we're going down this same path again. It does not make sense to cut service when more people are returning to the TTC. This is not the time to be cutting service. We need to be bringing riders back onto the system. These proposed changes will send transit into a death spiral. It will fail our climate goals, and it will fail to serve Torontonians with high quality and fair public transit. So please consider these questions for the operating budget. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Seeing none.
Next speaker is Stephen Donahue. Stephen Donahue. Okay, moving on. Our next speaker is Sujata Thapa. Next speaker is Ellen Peters.
it's still morning. Good morning. Excuse me. My name is Ellen Peters. Thank you for allowing me the chance to speak to you. I live in the Parkdale High Park ward, and I'm here to talk to you today about TTC service cuts. I urge you to avoid further cuts. This matters to me because I choose not to have a car for environmental reasons. I choose not to take taxis or Uber for budgetary reasons, and I choose not to cycle for balance reasons. So I rely on the TTC. TTC was how I commuted, shopped, socialized, and connected with my city. I am speaking in the past tense because I now try to stay within walking distance of my home as much as possible because I've been caught too many times out in the city without a way to get back home, either because of subway closures or a 30 to 40 minute wait time or a short turn. I live near Roncesvalles, and I'm there a lot, especially now. I talk to my neighbors and the people in the local businesses. I hear over and over again about the anxiety people feel if they have to take the TTC to work. They are not anxious about the random violence. They are anxious about the diversions, long wait times, subway disruptions, and short turns. One person told me that the subway stopped at Ossington on his way home from work one day, and he walked 2 hours to get home. The next morning, on his way back to work, the subway stopped at Ossington again. He obviously didn't have the time to walk at that point, so he called an Uber. He can't afford that. Most of us can't afford that. And now you talking about cutting the service even more. I urge you to remember that most people in the city rely on public transit to get to the jobs that they need to pay the high rent and high mortgage rates that are required to be housed in Toronto. To combat homelessness, we don't only need affordable housing, we need reliable, affordable transit to get people to jobs so that they can pay for the housing. Please invest in public transit. We need to be able to rely on it. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Seeing none.
Next speaker is Zhongjin Chang.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity for me to speak up today. My name is Zhongjin Chen, and my request here is not to cut service, not to cut TTC service. I live on Jen Street, just a little bit north of Jenna Finch. My apartment building is resided by majorly lower income, racialized, and marginalized people. Many of us are newcomers, including me. Public transit is the single wheel commute for most of us. It's an essential everyday trip for work, school, and everything else. And when I heard City Council has plans to cut service, I felt utterly confused. Because I remember often when I boarded on bus 35 at Pioneer Village Station at 7 p.m., 8 p.m. into the night, the bus was fully packed with passengers. So I can't find the reason here to cut service when the service we receive is already at full capacity. Dear members of the TTC board, today I sincerely want to remind you that your decision is not merely a fiscal measure. Your decision is going to affect our entire community. And none of us is acceptive if you have TTC services cut. My neighbors might not be present today because at City Hall because this is a meeting at Monday morning lasting over hours. But I urge you not to ignore our concerns and complaints as our democratically elected officials. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Seeing none? Thank you.
Next speaker is Bob Murphy.
Good morning. Good morning. My name is Bob Murphy. I've joined TTC Riders today for this day to speak. I'm an Ontario disability recipient. I happen to use the Fair Pass program. Those of us on Ontario disability lost our medical assistance funding in June 2019 because of COVID, because all our therapy programs shut down. A lot of them have not reopened because of staffing and financial issues, because they couldn't ride the wave of COVID. I'm also represent the Brain Injury Society of Toronto Advocacy and Advisory Committee, and I'm also an outreach worker. I rely on the TTC. I reside in Ward 5, York South Weston, home of the bicycle that has one little wee bike lane. Weston, the home of the bicycle. We won't get into that one. I rely on TTC. I'm unable to drive. I'll never be able to drive again. I rely on TTC for everything. Everything I do, every community event I go to is, will I be able to afford those monies on the TTC? If I take 5 trips on the TTC with the wonderful program, the Fair Pass program, especially the 2-hour window, that's $22. For $22 for an individual on Ontario disability, it works this way. 86.4% of my Ontario disability income goes towards rent. In the priority list financially for me, and talking to many community members in the job that I do, is number one is rent. Number one is rent. You got to pay your rent, your shelter. Number 2 is cell phone. You have to have a cell phone. No matter what, you have to have a cell phone. Number 3 is transportation. You have to have access to transportation. And number 5 is food. Food is 5 on the list. So we are paying monies to be active in our communities, to go to our community centers, to go to our churches, to go to certain events and be active and be mobile in our communities. When we do hamper outreach to our community members, and we have Thanksgiving dinners and Christmas dinners and Family Day dinners, where the politicians show up, 3 levels of government, you know, a couple of them will only stay there for half an hour to get a nice photo op, you know, for their newsletter. We have one MPP that comes early and hangs around later and talks to community members. When a community member comes to you and say, well, listen, I haven't seen you in a while, and I asked that community member, what's going on? You know, well, I couldn't come here to get a food hamper today because I didn't have the monies to take public transportation. If we are on a rollator or a medical assisted device to navigate through the sidewalk that is possibly not maintained with ice and snow, you're not going to walk 12 blocks on a rollator in mid-February, because you just don't have 210 if you're fortunate enough to know the program, but you don't have 325, you don't have 650. We have to make public transit accessible for our most vulnerable. And our most vulnerable are the ones that we don't hear of, that are behind the scenes, that don't know about Fair Pass, or just simply can't afford the program for Fair Pass. To have a community member look at you in the eyes and say, listen, I couldn't come to lunch today. I couldn't come for the free lunch today because I didn't have public transportation. When we in Weston, we have the Weston Road bus and the Keele Street bus and the Jane Street bus. It is horrific, especially if you rely on a mobility device. You might be at the bus stop, you might have to wait for 2 or 3 buses because you just can't fit in. And if you're stuck there in the middle of winter on your rollator, and then it throws all your transfer points, all your transfer times, whether you're on the hour transfer, the paper transfer, or...
You're sorry, but you are at 4:20, so I'll have to ask you to wrap up.
So even with the Presto, it throws all your transfer times out of the window. Thank you.
And thank you. Any questions? No? Seeing none, thank you. Thank you, Bob.
Our next speaker is Shah Mahudin.
Thank you all. Good morning and Happy New Year to all. My name is Shah. I'm a resident of Ward number 20, Scarborough, living beside the Victoria Park subway station. So I would like to raise the issue of public safety and community safety and an elevator in the Victoria Park subway. And I'm very happy to know that you have capital budget for expansion of elevator. So I think my issue will be granted by all of you, TTC officials. Why it is necessary? Community safety is a top priority to keep communities safe, secure, well-being in respect with physical, mental, psychological health conditions. There are two steep, narrow, cracked, uneven, rough stairways at the north outside of the Victoria Park subway. This is an exit of the subway leading to 4 Tisdale Place, 3 Pharmacy Place, and some other houses. More than 15,000 of residents, multicultural communities of all ages, gender, sex, color, race, language, culture, seniors, disabled, and marginalized community live there. These stairways are very difficult and dangerous to climb and pass over with strollers, shopping carts, wheelchairs, bicycles, scooters. During the rains or winter snow time, the stairs are completely invisible and covered with snow and ice and become very risky and slippery to walk. One extreme snow day, a lady with a baby in the stroller could not cross the stairways because it was covered with snow. And was helplessly waiting with TTC token that is not also accepted at the entrance. Only they take the Presto card. And due to the system, then I was there and I helped her with a Presto ticket I had extra and to enter the subway. Sometimes lights are not also available due to the cloudy and foggy conditions becomes dark. As a result, vandalism, terrorism, hijacking, stolen, snatching of money, ornaments, phones, and other valuable items are lost, and criminal and anti-social activities are happening. So the victimized of these areas are strongly demanding for an elevator to get rid of and sufferings from those problems. The residents do not need a sophisticated elevator. There is another cell elevator in the west side to go to the other areas, but that kind of elevator is enough for this area.
Sorry, can I ask you to wrap up? You're at almost 3.5 minutes.
Yes, thank you.
Oh, okay. That was quick. Thank you. Any questions? Thank you very much.
Our next speaker is Arushi Nath. Go ahead.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can.
Great. So, hello everyone. Bonjour. I'm Suki, a grade 8 student from the Spadina Fort York area. The COVID-19 pandemic had a big impact on school-going kids. The schools became virtual for a year and a half, and all after-school and extracurricular activities stopped for over 2 years. Now that school life is returning to normal, TTC services have become unreliable. They are long wait times for college, Dundas, and Batter streetcars in the morning as well as in the afternoon. There are frequent route changes in the streetcars. Often, part of the streetcar route is replaced by a bus, doubling the wait times, just like we see on the King streetcar right now. And bunched up, non-service streetcars have become the new short turns. Many school kids do not have phones. electronic displays on bus stops that show timings of the next few TTC vehicles have either been removed, do not show the correct information, or are broken. Most bus stops are either in terrible state, providing no shelter from the elements. For most city kids, TTC is the only mode of transportation. Some days, it takes over 40 minutes just to cover a few kilometers of distance by TTC. It impacts every aspect of our life, such as being late to school in the morning, or reaching home late in the afternoon, or the inability to reach swimming classes in time, even when starting much earlier. There's an urgent need to expand the TTC services and make them more frequent and reliable. The direction the TTC is taking in having TTC service levels below 2022 levels for 2023 through 2025 by reducing services is simply plain wrong. In the era of climate instability and the increase in density of our neighborhoods, affordable, fast, frequent, clean, safe, and reliable public transit should be the primary mode of transportation. I suggest 3 things. First, public transit should have dedicated lanes to make it faster. Second, existing technologies should allow TTC drivers to record as well as report drivers of vehicles passing open doors of the TTC. This will allow TTC streetcars to become safer. And third, finally, fare hikes should be rolled back to keep TTC affordable for everyone. Please make this happen, as the school-going youths of today could be your largest and most dedicated group of TTC riders tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions? No, thank you. Seeing none.
Our next speaker is Brad Pearson.
Thank you for having me today. I'm coming here because I have some concerns that really kind of bother me with TTC. I work at Farm White Front and Bathurst, so for me, I live in Scarborough, big commute. But on Sundays, I have to take Blue Night service, the 324, the 300, and the 320, which both do not run frequently. Yesterday was a good example. I checked my schedule at 6:21, and it didn't come, so I waited. 6:41 doesn't show up, so 7:19, I finally get the bus and it's crowded. I get to the 300 and it's busy. It's not packed, but it's busy. And then we get to the 320 and it's full. I've managed to get on, but I didn't really want to be on a packed bus because I knew I was going to be standing for 8 hours at work. When is TTC going to have subway service that operates before 8 a.m. on Sunday mornings? Or are we going to have to keep living with overcrowdedness on Sunday mornings? Because this is hard, especially for commuters who are disabled, who need to use the transit in Sunday mornings. And we're talking at 5:30, 6:30, and 7:30 in the morning, when usually the subway should be operating, just like Saturdays. My other concern is at Bloor Yonge Station, how packed the platforms are. It's really disgusting to see that we have frequent subway service, but it's so busy. That's because I think we don't have the proper subway service that we can have. When I hear that we're going to have service cuts, it affects my area especially, because now I'm going to have to get on a packed train at Victoria Park and go, okay, well now I have to wait a couple trains, be late for work, call work, get in trouble that I'm late for work, and then put my jeopardy on line at my job, which is not fair. I'm also afraid of waiting on the platform. When I wait on the platform, I'm really worried that someone's going to push me, or if I'm going to fall, because the platforms are so packed and everybody's waiting. The subway train comes in and it's packed and you're getting pushed on by other commuters. I want TTC to recognize that if they cut service, that they should not expect people to pay their fare. And what about the operators who have to be on the subways, the streetcars, and the bus routes? It makes them put their lives at risk too, because don't TTC operators get assaulted every day? So aren't they going to get assaulted more with more people getting on? We need to see that operators are just at fault. Commuters and operators are together on this, that we need better service so that they don't have to be stressed, because they're just as stressed as we are, if not more. So I hope that TTC can recognize that if we're going to cut service, that we need more service, because raising fare makes no sense to me. Another thing is, I take the 70C a lot. That's my main bus route. That's where I live near. Half of the time comes early, and it's never on time. If it's on time, it's either 15 minutes early or 15 minutes late. And when I read that, oh, well, it's 90% of the time, it's not true. I live near Providence Healthcare. Majority of the people that take the 70 go to Providence Healthcare, but they're guarded because they can't get to Warden because Warden Station is not accessible. Why wasn't Warden Station accessibilized before Downsview, before Chester Station, before Downsview Park Station, stations that are not busy? Bazarian is another station. It's not busy. We have Warden Station that has a lot of bus routes that come at it. So my question to TTC is, when are you going to accessibilize stations that need it more, and when are you going to push that? But also, when is safety going to be a concern to you guys? It doesn't seem like safety is a concern. It seems like you want to deflect. When are we going to start seeing people on the subway trains, on the platforms, making sure that people can actually get what they want? Is the safety. My sister.
Thank you. You're at over 3.5 minutes. But thank you very much.
Welcome.
Yeah, thank you. Any questions? No? Seeing none. Thanks again.
Next speaker is Olivia Ward. Next speaker is Ezra De Leon.
Hi, thank you for having me here. My name is Ezra De Leon. I live in the Jane Finch area, and I'm a member of JFAP, Jane Finch Action Against Poverty community organization. I'm hoping that I'm able to speak for the people in my community who aren't able to come here today. Like, I work in an office job now, but I used to work at a grocery store a long time ago. And I think I still have an idea of the issues that people who do that face. Jane Finch has a lot of low-income workers who cannot afford cars, and they have to use the TTC. So these are warehouse workers, delivery people, factory workers, healthcare workers, personal support workers, what they've called the essential workers. So these people, they have to use the TTC on the off-peak hours. Like, for example, when I worked at the grocery store, my shift started at 6 a.m. and on Mondays at 5 a.m. So they're forced to use it on the off-peak. So making them pay more and have to wait longer will essentially keep them from working. Like, already these grocery stores and so on are saying that they have a hard time finding workers. So increasing the fare and making the service less reliable will make it even worse, will make it even harder to staff these places. And on top of that, people with disabilities and immunocompromised and seniors, they use the TTC on the off-peaks because it's a way to avoid crowds and protect themselves from the triple pandemic that's going around. So, and putting people on crowded buses is a way to promote sickness. I mean, despite all this, somehow the special constables are a priority, and they're able to find money for that. So in a way, this is kind of a slap in the face for essential workers. I mean, it's not really anything new. It's been happening to them since before the pandemic. But they will get sick, some will die, even more will stay away from going to work. Yes. And I'm urging you, please, do not cut service. and do not increase the fares. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Seeing none.
Our next speaker is Fred Speck. Go ahead. Fred, please go ahead.
Sorry, Fred Speck here. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Now, I'm a member of Ward 4, and I use the TTC all the time. And I just wanted to comment on some things that the TTC could do to improve the service without spending a lot of money. And one of them is restrict parking on busy routes, and give the TTC vehicles more priority on the roads and streets. Example, like make King Street an exclusive transit lane all the way to Dufferin. Licensed taxis could use this route too. It would also be available for emergency vehicles. You could modern technology could control traffic lights so they prioritize streetcars and buses. Dufferin Street should have a bus lane only. Why is there parking on Dufferin Street? There could be a bus lane. That wouldn't cost a lot of money. Use the traffic police to help TTC vehicles enter traffic hubs and stations. So many times the bus is just stuck there and you can't turn. Why? There should be a way to let the vehicles enter the stations quicker. And the large streetcars are great. They hold lots of people, but they get stuck in traffic too. And I think that they could use more staff on the large streetcars and the buses too to help the driver. There's no access to the driver. The operator has got his own work to do or her own work to do, and there could be other personnel on the streetcar to help. Maybe transit ambassadors instead of fare enforcement. Thank you for your time, but that's all I'd like to say for today. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any questions? Thank you. Seeing none.
The next speaker is Kristen Veerasingh Nam.
Hi, my name is Krisan Veerasingham from Scarborough Center. I'm a co-founder of a grassroots organization called Scarborough Environmental Association. I'm here to ask you today to not go through with the service cuts, because at a time when we need more people to take transit, if we want to reach our environmental goals, service cuts will chase people away and increasing fares will chase people away. We all agree that we're in a climate emergency, like the city voted on it, but any sort of disruption to service, making people wait 30 minutes, that means they're gonna find alternatives. And I've seen a lot of people do that over the years during COVID, and that's why we see that there's still like a 20% gap between what it was pre-pandemic. I also wanna talk about my upbringing. So as someone who grew up poor and in a low-income community, I understand there's a lot of concerns about safety, but the amount of stress that people face going on the TTC will only increase if you're forcing people to wait 30 minutes for a bus or an hour for a bus sometimes. And especially when it's dark, people have anxiety. They feel that, oh, it's midnight, I'm the only person at this bus stop, what can happen to me, right? So creating an environment where they feel like they can get where they're going as soon as possible will help them feel more safe and decrease the stress. And something that's helped my neighborhood with this is the bus lanes. So like back before the bus lanes on Eglinton, I had to wait 30 minutes sometimes to get to university. And it could be anxious if I'm going there at like 8 p.m. and I'm the only one there. But after the introduction of bus lanes, I got there a lot faster, and it honestly made me feel safer taking TTC. And it's honestly changed how I get where I want to go and the places I choose to go. So I just want you to consider some of those things and oppose service cuts and look at alternative ways to keep the city moving, like bus lanes. That's greatly benefited my neighborhood and the people who live there, who are lower income. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Subhanya Sivajothi. Subhanya, please go ahead.
Thank you. I'm here today to speak about the TTC cuts, and I wanted to urge you to please increase the TTC funding. This issue matters to me because I'm someone that has been using the TTC for decades, and especially over the past few years, I've noticed unhealthy levels of crowding on both the buses and the subways. As someone who has chronic pain, it's really difficult to be standing in overcrowded buses getting pushed around. And also, of course, during this ongoing pandemic, this is the last thing that anyone needs. And it's also difficult to be standing outside sometimes for 30, 40 minutes while buses are delayed or don't show up. And this is before these cuts are happening. So I'm constantly seeing people in my neighborhood waiting in the freezing cold for longer amounts of time than is safe. And of course, funding for public transit is also crucial during this ongoing climate crisis. So yeah, in conclusion, I'm just recommending that you please increase funding for the TTC and not do this by asking people who are already making the lowest income to pay more so they can get to work and school. You should be raising the revenue from those who can afford it, such as commercial landlords. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Seeing none.
Sorry, our next speaker is Ubad Dean. Ubad Dean. Okay, our next speaker is Jerome Mariano. Okay, our next speaker is Angela Johnston. Okay. Moving on, our next speaker is Allison Stewart.
Hello, my name is Allison Stewart, and I'm the Acting Co-Executive Director of Advocacy and Public Policy for Cycle Toronto. And I'm here today representing our members and supporters who, as people who appreciate the benefits of biking to get around, also appreciate the benefits and rely on transit to extend their trips. I'm also here today to support the TTC riders' calls to improve TTC service, reversing the proposed service cuts, and increasing the city funding for transit. A healthy, sustainable, and vibrant city includes a well-connected transportation network that prioritizes an efficient, affordable, and accessible public transit system. Increasing TTC ridership by improving TTC service and increasing city funding over transit user fees will benefit everyone. As Toronto struggles from the ongoing economic impacts of COVID-19, our city must prioritize a more sustainable and equitable future, and this must include increasing the investment in the TTC. After affordable housing, the most pressing issues Torontonians want prioritized are transit and climate mitigation. Toronto's transportation network currently prioritizes and subsidizes single occupant car trips at the expense of sustainable modes of active transportation, such as the TTC, which is overly reliant on user fares. Investing in making service improvements for the TTC will help the city meet its ambitious Transform TO target of moving 75% of all trips under 5 kilometers through active modes of transportation, such as public transit, walking, and biking by 2030. To achieve this goal, it is imperative that Torontonians have equitable access to convenient, connected, and affordable public transportation options. The pandemic revealed deep inequities in Toronto. Workers deemed essential, such as shift workers, food delivery, gig workers, factory workers, women, and low-income and racialized people continued to work. Among other things, the pandemic has dramatically changed how and when people commute, thus rendering the traditional 9-to-5 work week no longer being the norm. And our public transit service levels need to reflect this. So that being said, we support, and please support, TTC riders' calls to protect the TTC from service cuts and increasing TTC ridership by improving the TTC service, increasing city funding for the TTC through revenue tools like a proposed commercial parking levy, which could unlock hundreds of millions per year, investing in supportive staff roles who are trained to de-escalate crisis situations, not more policing, and funding the Fair Pass program in its entirety and lowering fares for all. Developing permanent and pandemic-responsive transit funding sources that don't rely on increasing fares is essential to expanding transportation options and encouraging more residents across the city to take public transit and choose other options over single occupancy cars. This will help us meet both our climate and equity goals. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Questions, Commissioner Holiday?
Thank you for speaking to us. It's come up a couple of times today, and you mentioned it again, and I just wanted to ask about it. There was a mention of creating a parking levy at, I guess, retail. How do you envision that would play out if the city charged malls, landlords, I guess retail operators, extra money for their parking?
Well, I think one of the things that we collectively, people are discovering that the cost for providing cheap or free parking is really coming at a great cost to the city. And increasingly, even malls and developers are discovering that themselves, that it's really cost prohibitive to supply parking, and they themselves are experiencing not enough parking space. So it's not unreasonable to expect that even malls will in the future begin to charge for parking because it's not sustainable. And finding other revenue tools that wouldn't put the burden of using public transit is really key.
Okay, there's a few things in there, and I mean, I take your point about malls changing their parking and so on, but they would be collecting that revenue themselves as a landlord. But it's sort of back to this idea of taxing employers or employment. Are you concerned about any risks, like where the bottom line might end up? So I guess they could lose profits, I guess. They could charge more to customers, but they could they cut back on workers or things like that? Like, are there any concerns of risks in imposing such a regime?
Well, perhaps I should have really reframed my comments and focus more on, for example, looking at how we source and pay for our public programs and initiatives in a more equitable fashion. So, for example, whereas the TTC relies fairly heavily on user fees, people that are able to use the Gardner and the Don Valley Parkway, for example, don't have to pay to have that access. And so whereas we are funding and investing in our roads and streets and highways, perhaps we should be taking that same approach to the way we invest in our public services such as the TTC.
So the parking example and the roads example, that's more along the continuum of a user fee. because I get your point, right? Like you said that they're not paying for them, so that is the argument then the people that are using those services should contribute more because they're using them, and that goes into the pot.
Well, no, well, I'm saying that we collectively need to see what, when we look at the objectives of government-supported services, they're not meant to be, they're not meant to generate revenues. They're meant to provide important services and deliver on the various objectives of our different levels of government, and not necessarily put it all on user fees.
Okay.
That said, at the end of the day, our collective taxes do go towards supporting a lot of these initiatives.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Actually, I have a couple questions. Because you're talking about taxation. So I actually did vote in favor of the Gardner and the DVP tax for historical reference for all the good it did. But we're talking about government subsidies. And as you would be aware, historically, I think it was pre-1995, and don't quote the year, but the Ontario government was paying about half of our operating subsidy. Now they pay about 5%. So would some of your efforts, are some of your efforts directed towards the province to help us with that fight? Because I don't disagree with a lot of what you're saying. I'm just, there's a question of where the money comes from and how we fund it.
Well, as a charity that is focused on cycling in Toronto for the large part, we are not specifically targeting the province, understanding that right now a lot of the city's issues, as you mentioned, are kind of a trickle-down effect from amalgamation that took back.
Okay, it's just a question. It wasn't, so that's fine. Would you see property tax, you talked about equitable, right? It's all about equity. Would you see that as a equitable method of collecting funds?
What
Property taxes, like increasing property tax, would that be something that you think is an equitable approach?
I definitely think that, for one, residents that own property in Toronto, I myself am a property owner, so I benefit from it, but we do pay lower tax rates than most regions across the province. I definitely think that, how the city is able to deliver its services that benefit the whole city at large definitely is linked to property taxes.
Okay.
I think it could be.
Yeah, that's a whole other debate and discussion, but I guess my concern on the property tax front is the disproportionate burden placed on apartment dwellers.
And
I'll just leave you with this thought. If you live on the Toronto Island, you're paying about $1,500 in property tax. If you live in Flemington Park in a one-bedroom, you're paying about $2,300.
I don't disagree with you, and I actually live in Moss Park, part of Ward 13. So there are about 46% of homeless shelters and services are within 5 kilometers of where I live. And so I listen to a lot of my neighbors. When people talk, and I've heard this come up a few times, especially as we're gearing up for the budget, about the perception of safety. And I'll say that I understand when a lot of my neighbors are very concerned and may call the police, for example, if some of our most vulnerable neighbors are, say, defecating in the park or, sleeping in a doorway, because it's uncomfortable. I, for one, no one.
technical difficulties, and it will resume in a couple of minutes.
Thank you for clarifying.
Sure, yeah. On WebEx, you mean, or just? I think we can still do, well, I think we're back on.
Our next deputant is Megan Davies. Go ahead.
Fine. Hi, can people hear me now?
Yes, we can, thank you.
Okay, great. Hi, thank you. My name is Megan Davies. Oh,
I think we can still do,
should I start?
well, I think we're back on. Just hold on, apparently we have abundance of riches, we can hear everybody.
Okay.
Hold on for a sec.
Can people hear me now?
Yes, we can, thank you.
Okay, great. Hi, thank you. My name is Megan Davies.
Just hold on, apparently we have abundance of riches, we can hear everybody.
Okay.
Hold on for a second.
Can people hear me now?
Yes, we can, thank you.
Okay, great. Hi, my name is Megan Davies.
Just hold on, apparently we have abundance of riches, we can hear everybody. Hold on for a second.
Can people hear me?
Yes, we can, thank you.
Okay, great. Hi, Megan Davies.
Just hold on, apparently we have abundance of riches, we can hear everybody. Hold on for a second. Yes, we can, thank you.
So there is still technical difficulties, and we will be recessing and we'll reconvene at 1:10. So I ask any deputants to rejoin at 1:10 p.m., please.
One, two, two is a test.
Quick audio check from room 1. Councillor Ainsley, it's Mike from the broadcast unit. Can you hear me or give me a thumbs up if you can hear me okay? Perfect.
Loud and clear.
And you're sounding great. Thank you, Councillor Ainsley. Bye.
Thank you.
Who cares? Hello everybody, I'd like to reconvene the meeting. I think we still have 5 or 6 deputants. Are we ready for the next one?
Our next speaker is Megan Davies. Go ahead, Megan.
Hi, thank you. My name is Megan Davies. I'm a proud resident and an active community member from Scarborough Southwest near Warden Station. I'm also a fundraising professional who takes transit to work at College Station. Thank you for this opportunity. Today I'm here to speak about safe, accessible, and dignified TTC service for all without policing. I urge you to secure this by 1, winning riders back by lowering fares and continuing the current service levels. Like many others have said, there's safety in numbers. And 2, budgeting for more supportive staff presence and crisis support on the TTC, who would be better equipped to de-escalate crisis situations and provide wayfinding and accessibility services. Do not increase resources for special constables and fare enforcement. This issue matters to me for a lot of reasons. Firstly, I take transit to work and sometimes I feel unsafe, especially if there aren't a lot of people there or staff present. Whether it's because I'm the only woman at Warden Station and it's late at night, or because someone is experiencing some type of crisis. Secondly, I also have a lot of experience with mental health crises because my family has a history of mental health issues. This means I've witnessed and experienced myself a lot of crises and have learned about what things help and what things do not. Police intervention during crisis situations typically do not help, especially for communities that feel unsafe around them. This is why crisis intervention pilot programs in Toronto have been launched by Indigenous and Black nonprofits and have been fairly successful, like Native Child and Family Services in Toronto. Although as a white woman I am not impacted the same, I live in Scarborough, which has significant populations of Black and Indigenous peoples who would be disproportionately targeted by special constables, including my spouse, my son, and our extended family. Police exacerbate crisis in the moment, but also immediately afterwards by triggering other penalizing measures, like a fine or an arrest for someone already under the poverty line who could not pay their fare but had to get to work or pick their kid up from daycare. Or in the case of myself at home, when it triggered a children's aid investigation for my son, instead of just providing my spouse with medical and clinical attention that was originally requested and subsequent mental health crisis support that was needed. These penalizing measures, from my own experience, actually contribute to worse long-term outcomes for the community and further stretch the city and the province's budget. More residents like myself will feel safe riding transit with an increase in ridership and staff presence. More people across Toronto will also have access to crisis support and social service pathways with increased supportive transit staff following other comparable cities, including Metro Ambassadors in LA that recently launched. There are many people that do not have homes and or suffer from substance and mental health crisis that live near or around Warden Station near me, where I catch the train. Transit users will be better supported when in crisis and would be set up for support with service navigation instead of being criminalized for poverty, substance, and mental health issues, further exacerbating their crisis. So in conclusion, I recommend that you ensure that TTC is safe, accessible, and dignified for everyone with no policing. You should focus on prevention by budgeting for more supportive staff presence and crisis support on the TTC and win riders back by lowering fares and continuing the current service levels. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Any questions? I do have one question. So are you suggesting, because I heard you say no police, are you suggesting that special constables or Toronto Police have no place on the transit system?
I'm not hearing any questions on or any noise at all from the meeting, just to let you know.
Megan, are you able to hear us? Are you able to hear the room now, Megan?
I can hear it now, but that's because I logged into the YouTube live, so I can hear now.
Hello, everybody. I'd like to reconvene the meeting. I think we still have 5 or 6 deputants. Ready for the next one?
Megan, can you mute your YouTube?
Go ahead, Megan. Hey, thank you. My name is Megan Davies. I'm a proud resident and an but that's because I logged into the YouTube live, so I can hear now.
Hello, everybody. I'd like to reconvene the meeting. I think we still have 5 or 6 deputants. Ready for the next one?
Megan, can you mute your YouTube?
Yes. Sorry. Yes. But I can't hear anything.
Test, test.
I heard a test.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, I can. Thank you.
Okay,
Sorry.
Perfect. Sorry about that. So you mentioned about no police. So do you see any place for special constables or police on the subway system or the transit system at all? Or should they be off?
Well, it's more about the increase in the budget. There was 2.4 allocated for special constables and only 1 million allocated for the street to home workers. So I would advise not to increase that amount to 2.4 million.
So you think that budget, the previous budget was sufficient for police?
I'm not familiar with the previous budget, what it was at, so I can't comment on that.
Okay, thank you.
I no problem.
No worries. Thank you.
Thank you, Megan, for your presentation. Question. So the TTC is recommending 10 new streets to home workers. Do you feel that's a sufficient amount? And if not, how many more? How many more of these workers is needed?
For me, I think street home workers, I think 10 new is not really enough to cover. That's way less than the amount of subway and transit hubs. But in general, I'm not sure, like the amount of housing developments that have been put in place might not actually be able to support people immediately anyways. But because it's specific to street to home, and although they might be really well equipped to support other types of crises, I think having more support staff on the TTC and crisis experts for a whole wide range of things would need to happen in addition to that.
Okay, thank you.
Next speaker is Suzanne Narain. Okay, our next speaker is Britt Karen. The next speaker is Almasi Matthew. Okay, and lastly, our final speaker is Christina Costa. Christina, please go ahead.
I'm here. Sorry.
All good. Go ahead.
So sorry. I'm just. Can everybody hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. Thanks, everyone. My name is Christina. I'm a representative of South Junction Triangle Grows, a community organization from a small 1 kilometer area in the west end of Toronto. We have 800 floors of unaffordable condos that have been proposed within our 1 kilometer radius in our community. So if we estimate about 10 people live on each floor, that's 8,000 new neighbors we're welcoming into 1 kilometer of space in Toronto. 8,000 people with little to no parking and only 3, count them, 3 one-way small side streets with which people can enter and exit these areas. I want you to remember this statement. We have a very unique area, and I'll tell you why it is important. Residents are concerned because this kind of intensity is quite dramatic, but we are told again and again by City Council and by developers that we are in a transit hub, and that but yet there's no data to actually prove this. But so I'm here today to ask, what happens when a so-called transit hub reduces service for 8,000 neighbors? I'll share what's already a small community. Those that can afford to stop taking the TTC, stop trusting the TTC. You've heard the very real and immediate impact that TTC cuts will have on Toronto community members, but if those did not move you, then I hope this will. This isn't about the experience of the people that take, this isn't only about the experience for people that take the TTC. It's about the confidence that Torontonians have in the TTC. There will be 8,000 people in this so-called transit hub with reduced service that can't trust and have no TTC. So what do? They call an Uber, a taxi, they carpool, which results in more cars on the road, more traffic. Now, remember those 3 streets, one way, that I was telling you about? If traffic isn't a concern, that's okay. But what about safety? I know we're here and we're talking about safety, so I'll end with a short story. During COVID, a time where there was even less traffic on the roads, my husband had a medical emergency. On our street, the ambulance took 30 minutes to travel less than 500 meters due to the single lane traffic and the amount of traffic. This is without the 8,000 new people that will be entering our neighborhood, that will also have medical emergencies, that will also have babies. We have pregnant women on our street who don't even park on our street anymore because they're worried that they will get stuck for minutes, and minutes can save or lose a life. So,
If we're at 3 minutes, Christina, can you wrap it up, please?
Yep. This is now a matter of public record. Your decisions have a multitude of cascade effects, and if you care about the safety of Torontonians, get Toronto moving, increase trust in the TTC, and stop the cuts.
Thank you. Any questions? Seeing none, I think we had one more person.
Last deputant, Almasi Matthew. Almasi, go ahead. Almasi, please go ahead. Almasi, please go ahead.
Hello? Just give me a second.
Almasi, please go ahead.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. My name is Almasi, and I'm an artist, an active community member from Danforth. And I would like to thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak today. And today I'm here to speak about the recent budget and the recent budget to cut some stuff in the TTC, especially the time for the subway and the streetcar, and also the fare increases. And I urge you to not, do any of those things. I feel like that's pretty self-explanatory, especially in a time like this. And it matters to me because, first of all, because of homelessness, and every time you go on the TTC or in the subway, you're always seeing people in the TTC station, trying to find warmth, especially at a time like this, or trying to find some coolness, especially during the summer. And I just feel like with these recent talks about even like increasing fare police or whatever, is just going to make it even harder for people to come to TTCs for some form of shelter. And I believe with more police, it's always going to be more people put in harm's way. And also with the increase, with the times increasing, more time for the subway, a lot of people are going to have trouble getting to work, and a lot of trouble, getting to the places that they need. And, how are people supposed to, explain this to the employers? Because a lot of people don't have employers who, really understand. And yeah, this will greatly affect my community, especially. I know this will greatly impact Black folks who live in Toronto, because the TTC, has always been discriminatory. As we in all kinds of institutions have been discriminatory towards Black folks, and with an increase, or with more addition to fare police, that's not really going to be ending well for our community. And yeah, this whole thing just doesn't seem like a good idea, and it just puts more pressure, and it just puts more harm to folks who are working class, and to folks who are, mentally disabled, and to folks who are homeless. And yeah, in conclusion, I just recommend that you really take a good think about the people that you're harming. And yeah, and I'm done. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Seeing none. That's the end of the speakers. Thank you to all of you who took the time to speak today. Can I have a motion to receive the deputations for information? Councillor Moyes. Seconder. Thanks. Commissioner Osborne, thank you. Okay, we'll now move on to questions from board members, and you will have 5 minutes. Do we have a list yet? I know. Commissioner Jagdale.
Thank you, Chair Burnside. Through the chair, just to the management before I jump into any questions, really appreciate you putting some work into this budget. It's never an easy process. It's never going to ever be an easy process, regardless of what organ of the city you're a part of. So really do appreciate it. My questions are threefold. I have some questions first about some of the data, and I've got some clarifying questions around how we're thinking about the fares, concessions, and where those revenue levers are coming from. And then I have one about a more optimistic story about the TTC. So I'll jump into some of the data questions first. I know on page 43 of the report, we've got a ridership impact by fare concession group image, and it's great because it walks through, from adult all the way to senior, post-secondary, et cetera. What I'd like to understand is what percentage of riders are actually using single fares versus the actual passes themselves. So I'll start with that.
So through the chair, possibly the answer lies within the chart that I was showing you in 2022, which laid out the, sorry, and this was about, so pass riders represents about 12% overall.
So I guess my question is more directed at how many of our users are using single fare versus monthly passes.
I'm sorry, I don't have that with me at the moment, but I'll get
Okay,
that
that's
for you.
fine. We can talk about that offline, but I guess what I'm trying to understand and contextualize is, look, we're thinking about increasing the fares for single fare uses, which is something on the table, but in comparison to, for example, doing it on the passes themselves. So I'm trying to understand the volume of people who will be impacted versus those who are using monthly passes or annual passes. It would be good to get that stat because it starts to provide some more context on what we're increasing and why we're increasing it. So if anybody can get me an answer to that, that'd be absolutely amazing. My second question is around the 10-cent increase itself. Now, I know in the report, we talked about this being under what the increase would be for inflation. So is that like, assuming that it's like, what, 6.8% right now inflation? Are we saying that 10% is, should the fare increase be 20 cents? What, if we were to align this with inflation, what would that fare increase actually be?
So through the chair, that'd probably be more like 25 cents.
25
Yeah,
cents.
because this represents about 3-ish on average. So you could double that. That would get you to 20 cents and then potentially a little bit more.
Okay, again, just more context, right? I think for us to say that, oh, having a 10 cents is well below the inflation threshold, I think it's important to tell people at least what that threshold is. It's better for the communication. My third question is around the provision for service increase. And you know, I applaud the TTC, like any other organization, coming up with a worst case scenario, base case scenario, and a best case scenario. But what if we do actually hit our best case? What if all the major employers in the city of Toronto actually say, hey, look, you have to come back to work? It sounds like we're not provisioning anything for best case scenario. And if we're not, why? And if there is flexibility, what does that look like? Sorry, I know I should be looking at the chair, but it seems weird, so I'll just turn around.
Through the chair, from a budget perspective, we're using the middle case scenario, which is that 75% ridership in 2023. But from a planning perspective, we're using the high numbers to plan service for 2023. So we've built in that buffer into our service designs.
Okay, so what you're saying is there is a provision
for growth over and above the average.
Okay, fine. My last question, and then I'll turn this over to my other commissioners, is there was some great data in this report on how service is impacting greenhouse gas emissions and how it's impacting the GDP. I thought it was for every $1 that goes into transit, we're generating $2.40 for our GDP or for the city's revenue coffers. Why aren't we talking about this stuff? And like, I feel like I have to have this discussion with the team every single time we meet, but like, why aren't we just like talking about this? Why aren't we devoting some marketing dollars towards talking about this narrative? Because if one of our goals is to create pride as a leading metric, then how are we supposed to be proud of our system if we don't know what the impact is? So do we have any marketing dollars dedicated to that? And if we don't, then how are we redistributing that so that we're talking about all the amazing things that the TTC is doing, right? Because when someone who doesn't understand how the system works hears that, oh, there's a signal upgrades on the TTC, and now there's no service, I get a text from my friends asking me why the subway's broken. That's not actually what's happening, right? There's a better, bigger technological transformation that's going on that we need to be talking about. So why aren't we seeing that? Sorry to rant, but I think it's an important question.
So through the chair, what you saw today was a bit of a prelude to the work that we're doing with the University of Toronto. And so we've done the economic modeling part, and that was presented today. We continue to do work with them because we'd like to also define and quantify some of those other benefits. And so the plan would be to come later in the year back to the board with really the fulsome study and results. And so we did want to share this today because we felt it was relevant, and so we were just that's the beginnings of a piece of work that will come back that I think we would agree with you would require some more communication around.
Okay, but so understood. Is there a plan? Like, is there like a dedicated plan to communicate this, or are we hoping to develop something in the future?
So we might have to take that follow-up offline because for 6 minutes.
Sure.
And
So-
I think Angela had some information to one.
I have it, yeah.
Oh, could I get another minute and a half, Chair Burnside? You can say no. that's-
Killing me here. How about 45 seconds? We'll split the difference.
1 minute?
Okay.
Okay.
If I'm, sorry, your first question, 21% use monthly pass.
Okay, 21% monthly passes.
Right.
Okay.
Balance our e-purse.
Okay, it's a great thing I have this extra minute. What were the implications, because I'm sure you've analyzed this as a scenario, but what were the implications that dissuaded management from increasing the price on the monthly passes?
So I believe that it's really twofold. You saw from the user frequency that our monthly pass take-up is lower, and so there's an opportunity to bring more people back on the monthly pass. But more importantly, a lot of those monthly passes are being held by riders who live in various parts of the city, including in neighborhood improvement areas, and we felt that it was part of our overall efforts to try to minimize the impact. And so the 10-cent fare increase, as you know, is limited to adult and youth, and so fare pass holders, and seniors have been exempt, and that was part of the rationale behind it.
Got it. Chair Burnside, thank you for your help.
Sure you don't need any more time?
I think I'm good.
Okay, thank you. I think it's Vice Chair Laurentis.
Thank you, Chair Burnside, and I'm sorry, colleagues, I can't join you there, but it sounds like I'm missing a lot of action and activity. But I want to start with the question on the operating budget, Josie, and it's pretty clear from the data you've presented. By the way, I thought the budget data and the analysis that you gave us was really very deep, very complete. It really, as a board member, gave me a really good sense of what the challenges are, but also what where we're headed. And it's also pretty clear that COVID has upended our service model and our operations. And so the question I had for you was, could we dig a little deeper, given that COVID has been such a major issue? Could we dig a little deeper and look at the COVID impact, the impact that COVID has had on funding, so that we can have a bit of a different discussion with our third-party funders, with our.
Okay, we'll move on to Councillor Ainsley.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess these questions are for Ms. Levita. They have to do, there was a pie chart that explained how we were filling the $76.6 million gap. The first question I had, I guess, was around the reserve fund. We're going to have a reserve draw of $15.7 million. I was wondering what that balance is in that reserve after we do that.
So through the chair, the reserve draw that we have is our TTC stabilization reserve. So drawing through this budget will leave about $68 million in the reserve. Our underspending in the last few years that has been either related to delays in our in line 5, line 6 operation or other kinds of underspenders have been replenishing that reserve.
Okay. So, and how long do you expect it'll take to replenish the 15 million?
I believe with the preliminary year-end results from 2022, that will be replaced.
Okay. And then the 22.5 million that we're looking to get from efficiencies, have they been identified yet, or is that Like, are staff going to be just directed to find that in the budget year?
So through the chair, if you actually turn to page 19, which is the slide right after the chart you were referring to, Commissioner, it lists all the items that make up the 22.5 million. So if you don't have it handy, it's 10 million in line by line savings. We look at our actual experience, and then we have a series of measures. The most significant being the third installation from the completion of ATC has allowed us to move to one person train operation. So that's 7.3 million, and which gets us to a total of 10 million. And then we have some ongoing implementation of Auditor General recommendations. So they're all very specific, all accounted for, and total to 22.5 million, and the reduction of 29 positions.
Okay. And then as we tried to get to fill that $76.6 million hole, and we were looking, the other piece of the pie that stands out is $16.1 million from the 10-cent fare increase. When we were, I guess when that was being established, how to deal with that, the $76 million hole, what came first, the efficiencies in the reserve draw and then the 10-cent fare increase? Or did we do the 10-cent fare increase first?
So through the chair, the efficiencies always come first because that's part of our ongoing program of efforts. So we look at kind of what we can do ourselves in the base budget, and then we looked at other means, and the 10-cent fare increase was essentially used to do two things: fund the dedicated new investments, and secondly, help mitigate against the pressures that are really the inflation-driven ones, and diesel in particular. So it was really a combination after we looked internally first.
Okay. And then is there a projection on that 10-cent fare increase? Do we have a projection of how many riders will, based on past experience on fare increases that we've put in place like this, is there a projection on how many people will decide not to use the TTC and they'll look for other modes of transportation to get from point A to point B?
So through the chair, typically we would look at what we're calling elasticity of this fare increase. And so at 10 cents, it's relatively small. It's about 0.5% or so. And so built into our overall budget, we've assumed between various things, an elasticity of about, I think, 0.6%, which is about $3 million.
Okay. And sorry, that's $3 million worth of rides?
That's $3 million worth of revenue loss.
Oh, okay. By a 10-cent fare increase.
By generally the impact of the budget.
Okay. All right. Thank you. And then the slide on our capital plan. So my understanding is the capital plan is at about $38 billion, and 2/3 of it still need to be funded from other sources. Is that correct?
Yeah, so through the chair, the capital investment plan, which has a 15-year horizon, that's true, about 2/3 has yet to be funded. And so the part that's funded is our 10-year capital plan. The balance are the needs that are below the line in the first 10 years and then in the outer 5 years. And in particular, the 10 years is the part that is really there as a result of, needed funding.
And that was your last question.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Moyes.
Before you start the clock, Mr. Chair, I just wanted to clarify something from you. Do we have more than one round of questions, or just the one round?
If we need 2 rounds, we can have 2 rounds.
Okay. Because I have many questions, and if I don't get the questions asked here, I could always ask through budget, because I sit in budget. But yeah, so I will start off by, you can start the clock, I feel like. My first questions are about streets to homes. So why are 12 new streets to home workers being funded through TTC budget and not SSHA? And also who is responsible for hiring and training these streets to home workers? Is it TTC or SSHA admin? I'll pause there for now. Question?
Through the chair, good questions. To answer your second question first, the Streets to Homes workers are city employees that are hired and trained and provided to us by the city. And so they're very much city folks. They work with TTC employees in our system, however. We actually currently have a complement of 4 of them working with us. We're increasing that to 6 very soon, and that will then go up to 10. That was our original commitment earlier this year, that we would have 10 Streets to Homes people from the city funded through the TTC budget, and we are now proposing to add 10 more to that, also funded through the TTC budget.
Okay. And in 2022 city budget, SSHA admin budgeted $402,000 for 9.6 FTE Streets to Home workers. But in this TT's budget is saying that $1 million is allocated for 10 FTE Streets to Home workers. Why the discrepancy? Why is it so much more?
Through the chair, I don't know the reason for the exact discrepancy. These Streets to Homes workers, both the original 10 and the new 10 that are proposed, are in addition to what the city had budgeted for at the beginning of 2022.
Okay. So on page 26, if you go look at the chart there, the operating budget proposed a significant policy change to service planning standards without an official staff recommendation. Procedurally, does the TTC board need to approve changes to its service standards? Would the board require a staff recommendation or report to make an official change to its service standard?
Through the chair, it is our opinion that the staff can vary the standard as necessary in this situation, and so that is what we are doing.
Okay, so again, looking at this in an equity lens, you have determined through your proposed service hours change or a preliminary list of potential changes to routes, including the level of service changes with route by route, time period by time period analysis, along with ridership data to support these reductions. What are your thoughts about that?
Through the chair, we have not completed a list of reductions. We have to work well in advance, as I think most people are aware. Our planners have been working away on a list of indicative reductions that we think we would need to do. One of the key things we want to do with these service changes is to incorporate in them all kinds of additional information and improvements, such as new running times, changes to operations, changes to ends of lines. So as a result, we still have work to do on those. We expect that we would implement these changes in 2 batches in both our March and our May service changes. And we'll have the full details available in a few weeks for the March and in a few weeks after that for the May changes.
This is a quick follow-up. So when I read this document, you mentioned that equity is one of the tools that you use to determine which routes is used or determined. How do you measure equity in transit? How do you determine who gets priority over another?
So in general, we apply the service standards through the chair. We apply the service standards. We apply them equally across the whole system.
Well, equally and equity is different.
Absolutely. So. We apply the standards equally across the system in the sense that they are a standard that essentially sets out how crowded the bus or streetcar could be, and we use that on all of our routes. And then we make adjustments to change the service levels if necessary so that they still remain within those standards. In addition to that, for other aspects of our service standards, we have special things we use in neighborhood improvement areas. That's mostly related to new services and the actual implementation of a new route. But at a general level, by applying these standards in a consistent way across the system, we ensure that we apply these standards in a straightforward way. Mark will carry on with some more detail about how we actually do that.
As part of our first 5-year service plan, we introduced social equity standards, and what that did was lower the threshold for when periods of operation would be cut in neighborhood improvement areas specifically, and essentially recognize that service in neighborhood improvement areas may be more important than in other areas of the city. As part of this service plan, for 2023, we have made no changes to routes, so all routes continue to operate. We have made no changes to periods of operation. They all continue to operate. That means customers that access stops can continue to access their same stops and use their same routes.
Okay. I know my time is up, but I'll come back. Hopefully I have a second round of questioning. You sure? Okay. So I'm going to go off my notes a little bit. So there's a 10-cent increase on the single fare. And so we know that, and yes, there's not an increase in the monthly pass. But I've been told that, oh, well, people who are marginalized can just buy a monthly pass. But as some of the deputants stated, when you factor in food and housing and clothing your children, that's $100 plus, less they have to actually feed their kids. So and there's a question here, you're penalizing the people who can least afford it. How do you justify a 10-cent increase when you're trying to get people back onto transit? To the chair.
And that was your last question.
I'll take that through you, Chair. When we look at what was presented last month to the board regarding what's important to customers, we looked and we saw the need to address the safety issues. So when we started adding service back, putting it back into where we think it's needed, how we're going to assure the safety, we wanted to make sure that customers saw they were getting something out of this budget at the same time as we're making adjustments elsewhere. You'll hear us talk a lot about matching capacity to demand. And that's why I'm always reminding people we still will have 91 or 94% on the bus side of service compared to where ridership, it is a capacity provided where the ridership today is significantly less. So, when you're looking at the fare increase, it was to help generate the revenues that were necessary to provide that increased service in the areas that Mark talked about, the increased constables, the social service aspect of what we're having in. Unfortunately, we do have limited resources, as you're well aware of, right? And it took that fare increase to help bring us to where our needs were.
Can I have a quick follow-up question?
No, sorry. Commissioner Osborne.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks also to the Finance Department, and I guess particular kudos to whoever is in charge of pie charts and graphics, because those were very, very helpful. So thank you. My first question is about the service cuts. And when I first heard about this, it was before we got the package, so I thought, uh-oh. Like some of our deputants were saying, here we go, this sounds a bit like it did back in the bad old days in the 90s. And then I got the material, and it sounded like the reductions in service were not keeping pace with the reductions in riders, and in fact were outweighing we weren't making as many cuts as the decrease in ridership would suggest we should make. So I thought, well, that's pretty good. But my question is really how this affects frequency. Because in the end, if a 10-minute service becomes a 20 or 30-minute service, we're with the same result, which is really quite seriously diminished service. So I'm just not sure how Mark's nodding his head. I'm assuming you know what I'm talking about here, Mark. Anyway, yeah, so just if you could maybe clarify a little bit how you see that frequency of service sifting through this.
Through the chair, in general, the service increases will be relatively small. There'll be a fairly small increase in the number of minutes between scheduled vehicles. So you suggested a 10 to a 30. That is not going to happen. A more typical change would be a 10-minute service to a 13-minute service. So these are, on the scale of impactful service cuts, these are as least impactful as service changes like this can be. They are much less impactful than the service changes that were made in 2012 or 1997 or 1993, as an example. Mark, you could give a couple of examples.
Yeah, for example, in March, we plan on making changes to approximately 30 bus routes. That's our indicative plan at the moment, and one of the examples could be the 133 Nielsen, that between 6 a.m. and 10 p.m. schedules go from increase every 2 to 3 minutes, so a customer can expect to wait from every 10 minutes to every 12 to 13 minutes. And after 10 p.m., it'll be, I believe, from every 17 minutes to every 23 minutes, so a 6-minute increase. In general, as Scott said, we don't make or plan not to make increases more than a 30% widening, so 10 to 30, for example.
And do we have ways to monitor what, like I'm assuming we're going to be monitoring this fairly closely as these things roll out?
Yes, it's a business as usual practice to monitor ridership and adjust service levels. We've been doing this for decades. We've been our tools have increased and have sharpened over the pandemic. We have better tools to account for customer usage on vehicles, crowding levels, things of that nature. And as you've been on the board last term, you've seen that we've made changes quite quickly to respond to changes in operator availability or changes in ridership. So this is business as usual kind of practice.
Thank you. Next question. I note in the materials that there's money for the gearing up of Line 5. Are we actually running service on Line 5? Do we expect to be running revenue service on Line 5 in this fiscal? Don't know if the date's been settled yet.
Through you, Chair, we're continuing to work with Metrolinx on preparing for the opening of Line 5. We have staff over there now that are doing training, moving trains around. We don't have a confirmed date. We are in the budget. We've put money in so that we can start hiring and training for this summer in preparation for later on this year providing service. So we're preparing for it, but it's still work in progress with Metrolinx.
So do we have any revenue then coming in from that open service or no?
Not yet.
Okay. My next couple questions are about the state of good repair. Josie, I noticed that you mentioned that we aren't adequately addressing state of good repair out in years 10, that those numbers are shrinking and our state of good repair needs are not in fact shrinking. And I'm just wondering why we also have a lot of other items that out in years 10, 12, 15, and frankly sooner than that, are not funded. Why we don't express our full requirements for state of good repair, even though they're unfunded, just so we know what they are. Because these other things that also are unfunded, like, we were talking about the trackside doors, that's $2.8 billion. Every dollar of it's unfunded, but we know it costs $2.8 billion. I'm interested in knowing what are our, at this point, assumed to be real state of good repair requirements out in those years, albeit unfunded.
So through the chair, our capital investment plan tries to provide that kind of information. There is an appendix at the back that highlights in each of the kind of categories by mode what are the key projects. If there's a level of detail that you would like below that, we're more than happy to provide that. But essentially, we do try to identify how much is building and structures and all those kinds of things. We do make every effort, and it's really been through the capital investment plan that we have been telegraphing what our need is and bringing this kind of level of detail, including highlighting what our key priorities are that require funding, which includes state of good repair. And I'm not sure if the CEO wants to add to this at all.
Yeah, so I might have misunderstood them, but I thought that one graphic that you put up indicated that we were, in a way, and I don't mean this to sound like misleading, but we were underreporting state of good repair requirements in the outer years. Is that not correct?
So through the chair, if you're referring to the backlog?
It was something that you did. It was in the, I don't know, I'd have to look at your deck again because it wasn't in one that we had, I don't think, but.
So we're not under-reporting what we need, we're being underfunded.
That I know.
Yeah. No, but I'm more than happy to.
Okay, I'll talk with you offline about it. And my last question is about chart 9.
Sorry, that was your last question. We'll go to round 2, but you're at
Okay.
7 minutes if you don't mind. Thanks. Vice Chair De Laurentiis is back, I think, and then we'll go to Commissioner Holiday.
Thank you, Chair. Apologies, my internet gave out, so I'm on the phone. So my first question was around the operating budget, and as I was saying, that because it's so clear that COVID has really upended our service and our ability to provide good operations. Josie, I'm just wondering whether it's worth going back and doing a more in-depth analysis to look at the funding option and sources, with really the objective to put more money into here's what COVID created, so that we strengthen our argument with the provincial and federal funding.
So through the chair and Commissioner, I think I understand your question. Really looking at what are the fulsome implications that COVID's had on us, and what are some of the options, funding options there to help deal with those issues. Is that essentially what you're saying?
Yeah, and really to say to the province and to the feds that we're just going to need more support from them, because we can't. The city doesn't have more money than they've already allocated, and they clearly don't want to raise fees, our fees anymore.
Yes. So thank you for that question. I believe it's been something that's been an ongoing point that we have made, and I believe there's been recognition to date of why transit's so essential. But we are using some of those very arguments to ensure that in the short to midterm that there's continued relief for the transit system, given all the reasons that we've identified and that you've identified as a commissioner about the benefits of transit and why it's so critical to support it. But we can do some additional analysis if that makes sense.
Great. And my second question is really around the U of T research, which, by the way, I just think is terrific. It's great to have a third party coming in and saying, here's what the benefits are. Here's why funding transit is so important. And I was really delighted to basically have all of those points supported by most of the speakers today. So a couple of suggestions. One is that I think it would be great for all of us if we could, at the appropriate time, bring the U of T folks in to do a presentation for us. And then secondly, to really look at how we might expand that research. And I think you've already answered this question. Josie, you said that the intention was to expand it, but on the point that could we bring them in just to provide us with a more in-depth analysis of what they're doing?
Through the chair, yes. In fact, that was our plan when we kind of finished or the second phase of this, that we would actually bring them in and allow them to give them the opportunity to present to the board. So all the findings once it's been complete later this in 2023.
Okay, thank you. That's the end of my questions. Thanks.
Thank you. Commissioner Holiday.
Thank you, Chair. I don't know who to direct the first one to, but somebody can take it. I think we've missed one really big piece that we should talk about, and that was the stat. I think it was we're at 66% of pre-pandemic ridership. That could go up to, and I heard two different numbers, one was 75% and one was almost 80. But can somebody tell me, in relation to history, when we were at this ridership level last? Is this like the 20-year Wayback Machine or 10-year Wayback Machine?
Through the chair, just from the top of our heads, in the late 1980s, we were at 425 million trips a year. And then just before the pandemic, we were up to 530 million trips a year. The estimated 2022 ridership in million trips per year would be 67% of 525 million. So we are down to levels from the mid to early 1980s, I would suggest.
So the mid-80s is the last time the system was this busy. And if I've got it right, the profile's changed. It's not the 5-day-a-week commuter, the people that buy passes. It's the people that come to work a couple days a week, and plus everything else in between. So we're dealing with a different fare revenue model. And maybe it's a little bit more of a one-off, you pay as you go, as opposed to buy the pass, and we hope that there's a good, favorable redemption rate for our side. Is that right?
Through the chair, yes. The mix of service that we're offering has changed. the pattern of ridership has changed, and the way that people pay their fares has changed. And we're balancing and evaluating and figuring out all of those as we go along. But certainly the way that people have paid their fares has greatly changed since we introduced our electronic fare system in 2017-ish,
Right.
since we added the 2-hour transfer, and since the pandemic has changed the way people travel and pay their fares.
Do you think customer perceptions have changed as well? It's kind of nice to swipe the card. You don't think about dropping coins in the box like you would in the 80s. So the focus on the fare is a little different.
Through the chair, I'm not sure we've seen that in our customer information. Wendy, do you know of any sort of customer impressions we have on that?
I'd like to be able to expand further on kind of customer feedback in terms of their relative experience paying fares by cash versus fares by card. I think we can identify that a card is more intuitive, but we can also hear from our customers that loading up a card is a wallet item for them as well.
Okay, I'm going to be mindful of the time. Ms. Levita, you said something that I wrote down here that was really important. I want to make sure I understand it. You talked about elasticity. So I think the word you said, it was $3 million was the elasticity of the budget. I just want to be clear, is that the budget as in the 10-cent fare increase, or is that the overall changes that are included in this budget, which include foregone revenue as a result of fare pass, foregone revenue as a result of fare increases, and service changes? Which one is it?
So it's, through the chair, it's a combination of the service changes and the fare. The fares by themselves are below the rate of inflation, and there's very little.
Right. That's the point I want to get at. So the $3 million is not just the people who have said, it's 10 cents more, I'm not going to take it. That number is actually less, somewhere in there. This is the whole package of the changes. And what's the $3 million in terms of total volume that we're talking about revenues? 3 million on?
3 million on 932 million.
3 million on 932 million. Okay. But the flip side, of course, is $16 million in increased revenue. And that is filling a hole as a result of ridership at 66%. And what was the other escalations that are in there? Is it diesel, HR, and something else? What's the total volume of?
Well, it's funding the investments of 7.1 million, but it's also helping to mitigate against those inflationary pressures of 116 million.
116 million, those inflationary pressures. So things that just to keep the lights on, it's 116 million. Just to provide the service we did yesterday, today is 116 million.
Correct.
Okay. And so council, I think, is going to be providing us some money. I think we hope. And so the money from council is going to be used to pay for, and what I mean by council is the city is going to increase its endowment to the service. What is council expecting us to deliver, or what do you think they'll expect us to deliver with their increased endowment? What enhancements?
So through the chair, I believe they're expecting us to deliver the service that we're mandated to deliver throughout the city, as well as the expansion part that we're obliged to provide when it's ready to move forward for, all residents in the city of Toronto.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Holiday. We all done on questions? Second round, yeah, but I have a couple questions myself. So, I believe this will be to Josie. What if, for every percentage increase in wages, what would that mean in terms of cost to the commission?
So through the chair, it's roughly about 17, oh, you are the chair, sorry.
Yeah, I was a little confused myself, but.
Through you, about $17.5 million for 1% across the board.
So every percentage would theoretically be about a 10 cent fare increase. Okay. Thank you. And then my second question is kind of a follow-up to Commissioner Jagdeo. In terms of we're proposing a 10 cent fare increase this year, although there have been no fare increases the previous 2 years. Inflation's about 10 to 12% cumulatively in that time. Would you agree? So, sorry, what would that, if we were actually keeping pace with inflation, what should the fare increase be Because you said 20 cents and then you said 30, and I wasn't really.
Yeah, I was thinking cumulatively at the time when I made.
That's what I thought, but I just want to confirm that.
Yeah, but to be clear, based on the cumulative inflation, if we were to go back from 2020, would be roughly about 10%.
So yeah, you're looking about
So
30 to
times.
35,
That's correct.
depending 10 or 12%. I've seen different things. Okay, so it should be about 30 to 35 cents, and we're proposing 10 cents. Thanks. Round two. Commissioner Moyes, strict 5 minutes.
Thank you. So just to complete my previous question and train of thought, I would think the objective here is to get people back on transit. And based on what I've read here, 69% of people are now back on the system, which means 31% are not on the system. And I would think that, we'd want to get those 31% back on transit and out of their cars. Because if you leave here at any point in time during the day, there are many more cars on the road, even though the office towers are not as busy. So I do feel that with a 10-cent increase and reduction in service, and also, as we know, all the assaults and crime and things happening on transit system, as we are all aware of, those are not incentives. So what are we doing as a board to bring those 31 plus people back onto the system? Because I feel that based on what I'm looking at here today, we're doing the actual opposite. My time is still going, so.
Through the chair, maybe I can offer a bit of context. When we think about bringing customers back onto the system, and we're about 69, 70% of pre-COVID levels, you're right, we're about 30% of customers haven't returned. And that's the big question that we're trying to answer. How many are going to come back? How do we encourage them to come back? There's two different groups in that 30%. About 2/3 of them are those that are in office professional roles and are working in a hybrid environment. And the other 10% is about mode share. So small slivers of customers in each of the other groups that are maybe using other modes. That's the group that we can work on encouraging back to transit. They have reasons to travel. That would be one strategy. For those that are in the group that are office workers, presently they don't have the need to travel. And so to encouraging them onto transit is a different type of question. They first need to have that reason to travel. Then we can encourage them back onto transit.
Okay. Well, I have some ideas and some motions I'm going to bring forth later to help you with that. Another question I have is, why is the Fair Pass Transit Discount Program expansion to 50,000 people being funded through the TTC budget and not Social Development Finance and Administration?
So through the chair, I think typically it would have been funded sort of on the city, what we would say the city side, but as part of this overall package, we've used this opportunity to provide a one-time contribution back to the city to help support the expansion this year.
Okay. Being mindful of time, I'm just going to ask some other questions around labor. So I read through the report that as of November 2022, we have one person train operation on line 1. My question is, are you contracting out these station service positions or replacing them with unionized positions? And second, are the former employees of these net losses position being transferred into other transit operators roles, or have they been laid off? Where are they at now? Where are they today?
Through you, Chair, I'll take that. When it comes to the single-person train operations, one of the commitments we've made to staff and publicly regarding all the initiatives that we have for being more efficient and effective is we always find a place for someone who's working here at the TTC. It's their family and the commitment they've made to us. So we're in the process of reallocating those individuals to other modes right now. And when I mentioned that being efficient and effective, we don't have any privatization issues when it looks at those type of jobs. What we do is we do second sourcing. We've brought them to the board over the last 5 years on items where we look where we can be more efficient, more effective, and save money. Ultimately, I believe Josie mentioned in the budget, there's $182 million worth of efficiencies that have been generated over the last 5 years just by looking at things a little bit differently to save money.
Okay. Jumping to I found this really interesting, the Wi-Fi and transit safety. And I think safety is a big piece of this too. So I read through the report that there are 4 bus routes that have the Wi-Fi. Are these one of the proposed routes we're thinking of reducing? Would that not impact the Wi-Fi on those routes? And since I'm running out of time, just quickly, why are we not piloting more of these Wi-Fis on the streetcars, on the trains? Because I take transit here sometimes, and I don't want to get on the train. I can't. My Wi-Fi doesn't work. And with the issue of safety lately, more so important than ever before, why are we not trying to improve that system? And again, the safety TTC app thing, does it require the internet if you're on the train or the bus? Because not everyone has Wi-Fi or have access to it. And again, it's an equity piece because not everybody can afford these massive costs to data.
And that was your last question.
Absolutely. I'll take the first part, and then I'll ask staff to respond to the others through you, Chair.
I'm good.
The Wi-Fi program was a pilot program that we were testing on a route in the north, on the east and the west of the city. We intend to come back to the board sometime, I believe it's the second quarter of this year, with an update on the success of the program. Low uptake in the 22% area, but so I asked staff to spend a little bit more time marketing it, communicating it to the public to see if we could get that uptake a little higher. And also regarding the number of vehicles on the routes, I don't have them specifically. I'll look at Mark or Scott, but it'll all be proportional. We wouldn't be pulling, if we took a bus off one of those routes, it would be without Wi-Fi, but it's all proportional, matching capacity to demand as we continue to spread the service hours to all the different routes. Did I miss anything on the Wi-Fi? And with the intention here is to put Wi-Fi throughout the entire network. If I could ask, I think it's Angela, just to give me a little bit more on what we're doing with the recent contract that we're working on. I know we can't go in depth because we have to bring it back to the contract. Could you just give a 30-second overview of some of the things that we're doing?
Absolutely. So through the chair, we've have Wi-Fi, public Wi-Fi on 4 bus routes. 2 are using our own infrastructure, and 2 are using we're using infrastructure through a vendor. We're looking at the business case of whether or not or how we can actually deploy Wi-Fi throughout surface transit routes, and just making sure that it can be sustainable, and that's what we're looking at, the cost as well as the uptake. So how many people are actually using Wi-Fi on those systems? And then we'll come back to the board with a business case, whether or not we can move forward with that.
Thank you. Commissioner Osborne, I believe you wanted a second round.
Yes, please. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. My first question, because I've come up with a couple more, is from the package on capital. It is chart 9, which is on page 32. And it's, for those who are following along at home, it is a state of good repair backlog. And there's a dotted little blue line that tells us what our current funding level is at. And if I'm reading the narrative that's in there correctly, that little dotted blue line ideally would be a little higher up. Is that correct?
Through the chair, yes, that is correct. In fact, we'd like it to be a lot higher up.
So my question was, because I wanted to make sure I was actually reading this correctly, is how much higher up would you like it to be able to adequately manage what we know and what we see coming? Because it's sitting around, well, it's 1 in billion, I guess it is.
So I think there's 2 ways of looking at it. We had identified in the capital investment plan last year around a need for kind of steady state funding that, depending on the nature of it, needed to be a certain value. But fleet maintenance alone, we need about $1.2 billion annually starting in '23, and that's all the overhaul programs. the other elements, needs to be increased as well. And so probably from where we are seeing ourselves at about 900 plus million, we need that at least steady state amount for our regular infrastructure, let alone for our overhauls. Because as we obtain them, we have to maintain them.
So like double, you would say, would be an ideal place for that line to be if money wasn't as difficult to come by?
We would like to at least 1.5 times, if not.
Okay. I would like to add a couple questions to Councillor Jagdeo's query about why aren't we telling our own story a little bit better. One of them that was in this report is the greenhouse gas emissions that we are getting from electrification of the fleet, and I don't know why we aren't shouting that from the rooftops, so that if people are debating taking their car or not, maybe they might lean to not. And I loved what was in here, avoiding building 9 Gardiner expressways. Though, I don't know what a ton of greenhouse gas emissions is. Not sure who does, but probably most people don't. So I would say if we're looking at why don't we brag about something, that would be something that I would shout from the rooftops. And I'll stop there. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Holliday, did you want more questions?
I do. How long do I have?
2 minutes.
Thank you. Can we just talk very quickly about the state of good repair plan? I note in here, this is the first time I see a chart where there's a backlog that's accumulating. And so is this the start of something new that we're going to track, a backlog?
So through the chair, this particular analysis is one that's been done at the city for many years.
Right.
It is relatively new to the TTC because it's only been possible through the establishment of the capital investment plan in 2019, where we could actually lay out what our 15-year needs are. And so you wouldn't have seen this in the past if you were looking for it in the corporate process.
From a responsibility of a board perspective, is this something that we should maintain line of sight on? Because it's the building of a liability. And what mechanism could we do to maintain line of sight? And I know we don't control the funding levers fully, but is there a way, could we do that through reports coming back to the board on maybe not just the annual budget cycle?
Through the chair, I believe we could.
And are there various categories of risks that would be associated with a capital backlog, including environmental risks, risk to safety, risks to increased operational costs, all those exciting things we talk about at the municipality?
Absolutely.
So it would behoove us as a group to keep an eye on any state of good repair backlog.
Yes.
Okay. If I have a few seconds here, I wondered if we could unpack the numbers a little bit about the Fair Pass program. Could somebody just give me a quick analysis or a synopsis of how many users there are now, what the split is between pay-as-you-go fares versus passes, and how many people could be brought in under the increased program here? And I really want to understand the redemption rate. So I think the proposal is 50,000 eligible.
So over these little guys.
We know there's quite a few less that would necessarily take up the program. And I'll stop there, Mr. Chair, because I'm out of time, but I'll let.
I was only kidding with the 2. You can keep going.
Oh, we'll get the answers first, maybe.
Okay, thank you.
So through the chair, just as a reminder, this program is managed by staff at the city and social development, finance, and admin. We are the recipients of the subsidy to make our fares whole. But we do understand that there are active users, and about 91.5%, at least based on October 2022 numbers, use the kind of e-purse or the kind of pay-as-you-go, whereas about 8.5% use the Fare Pass.
Thank you, that's helpful. And sorry, just so I understand the detail, currently the city makes us whole. So are they paying that increment or that rebate to the TTC so that a fare is a fare is a fare? It's not, in our eyes, whether it's a fare pass program or a standard fare, it's all the same, right?
So through Chair, the program was established by City Council as one in which it would provide I believe it's a 33% discount to the recipient that has been to date been mostly recipients through various programs, OD.
Qualified at the city, right?
All at the city. And so the funding that's gone towards this, besides the administration of the program, has been to that 1/3 being paid to the TTC.
Right, so that we get I guess a grant or whatever the word is, a transfer payment. A transfer payment from the city to keep us whole. In this case, though, there's a line item for $2 million, so we are taking part in that process. There's a co-contribution.
So yes, there is for 2020.
Okay. And that money for that comes out of our general revenue, wherever we get it from this year.
That will come from our generated revenue.
Generated revenue. Thank you very much. I think, Mr. Chair, that covers what I can cover in 5 minutes.
Thank you. I just have a couple quick questions. I know we're sort of going down the outsourcing, we're talking about outsourcing some labor issues. So just trying to understand sick time. What's the average number of days that a TTC employee takes on sick time on an annual basis?
Chair, I don't believe we have that number with us at this time.
Okay, maybe we just get it, if you don't mind. Thank you. That's cool. Back to the ridership thing and elasticity. So I think that's probably for Angela, but it may not be. What do you think, given the certain current circumstances, so the working from home, put that aside, just in terms of, because that's a societal issue that'll change or it won't, but in terms of fares, cleanliness, safety, what do you think is the biggest driver? I think have you done some studies about, Wendy, is it Wendy? Yeah, Wendy. On that, what's the biggest driver in terms of people coming back or not coming back?
Sure. Thanks, I guess, to the chair. The number one driver is the need to take a trip. So putting that aside, then it's a matter of ease. Which is the most cost-effective, which is the easiest modes to take for the trips that one needs to take. And that's where we look to position transit. How do we make it competitive, time-wise? How do we make it cost-wise? And make it a reasonable choice when people do have a choice between various modes of transportation. We know from recent studies from our customers that the issues around safety and security are upmost. And while they have an opportunity to use other modes, this is an area that we want to be focused on to provide them with that sense of safety and security that they would have equal to other modes. And same thing with vehicle cleanliness. So those items that we talked about last month being important to customers are key ones that we want to focus on to attract customers back as well. So those are the key ones. Areas of successes we tend to have are around trip times and wait times.
So if I'm understanding correctly, now let's just home in on people who have opportunities for other modes of transit. The biggest driver for them would be safety and cleanliness? Biggest drivers? Okay, thank you. So I think we've exhausted our questions. We'll now move on to speakers. And who's our first one? Commissioner Moyes?
Oh, wow. Thank you. So I think I have some recommendations. I sent some recommendations to staff. If you'd like to put them up and I could read it. Thank you. And I'll just read that. The recommendation 4 be struck out and that the recommended 2023 TTC conventional operating budget as set out, recommendation 1 be amended accordingly. Request TTC staff to restore transit service hours to 100% of pre-pandemic service hours as represented by the budget November 2022 pre-COVID proxy on pages 26, table 3, 2023 service by mode of this report, and that the recommended 2023 TTC conventional operating budget as set out in recommendation 1 be amended accordingly. Request TTC staff to prepare a budget briefing notes for the February 14th special meeting of City Council with detailed explanation for the proposed service hours changes, with a preliminary list of potential changes to routes, including the level of service hours changes, including a specific route by route, time period analysis, along with ridership data to support these changes. Request TTC staff to prepare a budget briefing note for the February 14th special meeting of City Council with an analysis of consulting and labor arbitration costs for the past 10 years. Request TTC staff to include in all future budget submissions a detailed explanation for the proposed service hour changes with a preliminary list of potential changes to routes, including the levels of service hours changes, including specific route-by-route time period by time period analysis, along with ridership data to support the changes. So those are the amendments that I have proposed. We need incentives for riders to come back to the TTC, as I've stated to my questions of staff. I think, a 10 cents increase and a reduction of service does the opposite. We need to attract the 31% of people back to the service, as I've stated also. And also, I think transparency is important. People need to know what services are out there. We need to know, when the buses are coming and which routes are being cut. We know that the TTC is an essential service and needs to be treated as such. It can be a race to the bottom, and I feel that that's what we've been doing. We've also stated, time and time again, we want to reduce the cost of transit, hopefully to a point where, there's no fee. And I know that we're not in the position to do that right now, but increase it inch by inch every couple of years, we're heading in the wrong direction. And the most vulnerable among us are the ones who actually carry the burden of this. So again, I also mentioned as well that in regards to the Safe TTC app, I think we need to make sure that is viable and it works properly and people have access to the app, by using the internet on the system, or lack of anyway. Again, we have all these things in place, but they don't function as they need to function. And so those are my recommendations, and I hope, can be supported by my colleagues here today. Not bad timing. I agree.
Thank you. Any questions?
Councillor Ainsley?
Okay, Councillor Ainsley and then Councillor Mantis.
Thank you. Through the chair, Councillor Moyes, I understand the intent of your motion. I have 5 priority neighborhoods in my area. I certainly would like to avoid a fare increase. I'm trying to understand from your motion, so you would like to eliminate the 10-cent fare increase and have the TTC adjust the budget accordingly. I'm trying to understand where you think they will fill that gap from.
Well, we know that the TTC is partially funded by the city as well, not just the transit fare box itself. We also know that transit is also covered by some provincial funding. I don't have the numbers in front of me right now. But the point being, and the reason why I mention this is because we know that the most vulnerable among us are the ones who actually cover the brunt cost of this increase. If people could afford to actually buy a monthly pass, they would. But, they have to prioritize, housing and food and clothing for their children, their families. And so I'm saying to the board here today that please do not penalize those among us that needs the help the most. When we know the cost of living has gone up in the last couple of years, and we're the brink of...
Sorry, Councillor, Councillor, I only have so much time.
Sure, go ahead.
I understand you made those comments earlier. I'm trying to understand, we have to present a balanced budget, we have to balance the budget. I'm trying to understand, so you're moving $16.1 million, creating a hole that you're asking staff to fill. I don't understand how you think they're going to fill it.
Well, through you, Mr. Chair, and with all due respect to Councillor Ainsley, this is part of a whole in the sense that this is the TTC budget, but, we also need to take it back to the entire council. So I know if you look at other areas in the budget, citywide, we can perhaps find some savings somewhere or reallocate some funding somewhere to make sure that the most vulnerable among us is not penalized and carry the brunt of this. That's the point I'm trying to make.
Okay, so you don't have any idea where the $16.1 million would come from. You're hoping that if staff can't find it, it'll go to city council, and that somewhere we as a council will find $16 million.
Yes, that is my sincere hope, Councillor.
Okay, and then my next question, Mr. Chair, the other part of your motion, I believe, is you're requesting the TTC to restore bus service to pre-pandemic levels. And I think we've seen a lot of information today about how the TTC gets funded, either from the fare box or the city. But what impact is that going to have on the budget if we do that? Do you have a financial number?
So again, I know you're looking at this in a budgetary sense, but I think the objective here is actually to bring people back to the TTC.
Sorry, Councillor, you're not asking. Sorry, I'm asking you, I guess in a nutshell, have you talked with TTC staff and asked them what the budgetary impact is on your motion?
Well, the quick answer is no, Councillor. But again, the objective, I would believe, is to actually bring people back to the TTC and have faith in the system, which I think a lot of us have actually lost faith in it, based on what I'm hearing out in the public. And I think, bringing these services back, make it reliable once again, people will be more inclined to actually use the system.
Okay, all right, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yeah. Thank you, Commissioner Ainsley. Commissioner Mantis.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Moniz. Yeah.
I can't hear him.
Can't hear you. It's all breaking up.
Can you hear me now?
Okay, now.
Okay. Reading the recommendations that you're putting forward, not able to support all of the last one. Would you be willing to, when it comes to the vote, to separate the motion on it?
This is why we don't have any. Sorry, you're all broken up. We'll come back to you.
But I heard the gist of it, though.
He's breaking it up, your motion, but I don't know what he's breaking up.
I think Councillor Mantis is on a GO train.
Actually, I think it's on the TTC.
Okay, we'll maybe turn off your camera when you ask, and we'll come back to you in a second.
All right, let me try that. Is that better?
Oh, sure, that is better. Try
Okay.
again.
Asking is that because I'm not able to support recommendation in the motion, are we able to separate the recommendation on the to have a
He wants to see, are you willing to let him separate it
Councilor
out?
Mantis, I mean, you as a board member can actually break it up yourself, but yes, absolutely, I'm happy to do that, for sure.
Okay.
Yes.
Point of order, Mr. Chair. Just as the motion was really long, could we get it circulated?
Yes.
I don't know if it can go out to the members online, just so we can plan
100%.
if it's broken up.
Are there any other questions? I do have one question. So when you discussed the most vulnerable amongst us bearing the brunt of the fare increase, specifically, who do you mean?
Well, people who live in marginalized communities, you know, let's say in my ward of Regent Parks and Jamestown, you know, Gin and Finch, all those spaces. People who work 3 jobs, you know, to get to work because they need to take the transit, they don't have a car. It's well known who these people are and where they are, and also to people who are of color, people who are indigenous, all the people, again, it's not a mystery.
Well, so, sorry, but maybe I should clarify. Service cuts are one thing. I'm talking about the fare. So I don't, I just want to, because my understanding, if you're on ODSP, for instance, you can get the fare pass discount. And so there is no, so that's very helpful, right? So are there specific, is it people on minimum wage, or is it just under a certain threshold? It's a very broad range to say the most disadvantaged, and I'm trying to understand economically disadvantaged.
All of the above. Economically disadvantaged, of course, but people who, again, live in low-income housing, people who are marginalized, you know, we know what they are and who they are based on our stats. There's many stats around what type of people use transit, including students, matter of fact, right? I come from the school board side, and I know that many secondary students use the system, and most of them actually don't work, or they depend on their parents to pay for their transit. So it's all of the above. It's just not one group of people.
Okay, thank you. Yeah. Yes, go ahead.
Hi, I have a question just, and this is a bit of a point of order on this one, just because if we are asking, and this may speak to how we separate this motion, but if we are asking to restore service to 100% levels, so not go through with the proposed service cuts, then if that is successful, item 2, we don't need to do items 3 down, I think, or some of them anyway, because we're restoring it, so we aren't going to have any cuts to explain to them. Do you see what I'm saying?
That's a valid point. I mean, we could always move item 2 first.
There may just be another way to
Sure.
express that if, you know, in the event you get item 2, you don't need to do item 3.
Okay.
Anyway.
Okay, that's fine. Well, okay, fair enough. We can do item 1 and then 2, and if 2 passes, then, you know, you don't have to do 3 and 4.
No more questions? We'll move to the next speaker, Commissioner Holliday. No? Would you like to? Commissioner Jagdale, did you?
Thank you, Chair Burnside. I have a motion. Hopefully we can show that on the screen. And I'll read it very briefly, and I won't I won't pontificate. I've been sort of ranting about this for several meetings now, and I want to make sure that it's now in writing. But so that the TTC board requests staff to undertake the development, presentation, and funding options for a strategic marketing plan. The plan should communicate to existing and prospective customers, funders, and the public at large the benefits of transit with the goal of retaining and increasing ridership and transit investments in order to create jobs, reduce traffic congestion, improve air quality and health outcomes, reduce greenhouse gas emissions, and improved equity for all. I know that is long. There likely should be some more periods in there. I want to talk to this very, very briefly, but look, there's an incredible opportunity here to try to get riders back on the TTC. And Business 101 will tell you that there are several levers and we can do it, right? We can think about economic elasticity, we can think about quality of service. There are all these levels. The one thing I'm just not seeing at all, and it sounds fluffy, is thinking about how we communicate the benefits of transit or the future of what transit's going to mean to Toronto. Okay, from a campaign perspective, I don't know what the content is going to look like, but I do know that this is a revenue lever that we are just not trying. And we seem to be one of the biggest and major transit agencies in the entire world that just doesn't do that, despite the fact that we have all these incredible initiatives happening, right? We heard last year in our board meetings that the e-bus program alone, right, has the ability to save the city almost $400 million when we hit 2040, right? And that has so many amazing implications, and that's net, by the way. That has so many implications to using transit, and this is one of several dozens of amazing initiatives that are going to be driving costs low, and hopefully we'll have the ability to bring people back onto transit. It's not going to be a silver bullet, and that's not what I'm insinuating, but there needs to be something there, and I think that we should be focusing on that as one of the many initiatives to bring people back. We're not communicating it. We don't have anything that drives a more positive perception of transit. Let's just do something. That's it for me.
Thank you. Any questions? Commissioner Holiday?
Is there anyone else on the list?
Well, no, but I can, well, I may as well speak. I can give you a little bit of information. To restore service, it's approximately $61 million. That's what that would cost. And then, of course, the foregoing the fare increase, that would be another $16 million for a total of $77 million. And let's not forget we have that, I think it's the 2024 pressure of $111 million. And I forget what the 2025 pressure is. It's around 54 million. But in any event, 77 million would be the cost as per Councillor Moyes' motion. Are you ready, Commissioner Holiday?
Thank you for your patience, Chair. Just ironing over a word.
Yeah, no worries, no worries. We can take a few minutes if you need it.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you to my colleagues. Just want to get it right. Thank you. I think we got it right. All right. There's three motions that I have. We ready? We can do number one first. Once it gets up on the screen, I'll know what to talk about. Okay, so this motion here, this is just an idea. This is a concept. Just listening to what the speakers had to say today, it was that if there is going to be a draw to the Fare Pass program, that it become from the other revenue category, which is varying, but they're not core services, or they're not core operations, places for revenue, and that would exclude fares and fare increases. The second motion The second motion just says that should the motion by Commissioner Moyse pass, which restores service levels to 100%, that this board approve a contingent increase in other categories that have otherwise been sheltered from an increase. And so I know there are percentages there, but I think adult passes is 3.1%, which is the same numerically as the single fare increase. Seniors pass, I think, was, if I recall, 5 cents. Adult cash fares by 7.7 is 25 cents. And then the Fair Pass program itself by 5 cents. And that's really, it's only contingent on whether or not that other motion passes. Otherwise, this becomes redundant. And finally, my third motion, the one that I'm probably going to talk about the most, is just asking for reporting just about our state of good repair backlog, that we see that information come back to the board on a more frequent basis with a specific lens on things like impacts to safety, service levels, service reliability, environmental impacts, operating cost premiums, and any time that we might miss out on coordinating with another stakeholder or an agency. And so I'll take the last couple of moments of my time here just to thank staff for bringing forward a very complex budget in something that feels like it's back to the future, back to like 1984, because that is how dire the ridership levels are. We seem to have missed that point in the big picture. I mean, we've been fighting today over 10-cent fare increases and some adjustments to some of the service hours. But what we're talking about is an overall transit system that's being used like it was in the 80s. And it's shifted. People don't take it 5 days a week anymore. The ridership model the ridership habits and the way that people buy fares is completely different. And so how do you make that work? Well, the staff have come forward and said, can you give us a little bit of bandwidth in how we plan for the services? And there are reductions, that's right. More on the subway, a little bit less on the streetcars, and finally a little bit less on the buses. You can tell right in the hours that are planned for. And they said, by the way, we'd like a small fare increase to help pay for that, $16 million. And the telling thing that I heard today was the elasticity. Out of all these changes, it's $3 million on $1 billion. And of that, a very small component are the people that are going to give up and say, I'm not going to use this system anymore because it costs 10 cents more. It's not even the price of the diesel. The price increase of the diesel is far more than the fare increase. So we're treading water here, just trying to make it work. I see this as a balanced budget that tries to satisfy as many stakeholders as possible. It's no fun. The easy thing is to send the bill to City Council and say taxpayers pay more. The hard thing is to balance it. Ask people to pay a little more in their fares. Understand you have to wait a little bit longer for the bus, the streetcar, or the subway. But we got to make it through. And we got to get past the 80s, we got to get past the 90s, past the 2000s, past the 2010s, back into 2020s, where we are. And it's going to take a while because those are the numbers they gave us. I hope you give my motion some consideration. But I don't want to miss the other point, though, is the other dire point is, what are we looking at the state of good repair on this massive transit system? What does that mean for the future? And how are we going to think through that? And I think this committee needs to spend a lot of time on those big questions and not fight over 10 cents. Thank you.
Questions, Commissioner Moyse?
Just a quick question. Commissioner Hall, they stated that the taxpayer should not be held accountable for increase. My question to the commissioner is, does he not believe that the people who use transit are taxpayers also?
I'm not really sure how that's clarification, but the people in the city are taxpayers. Yes, they are. And the people that ride transit are both taxpayers and ratepayers. And people that use the system, self-included, pay both. And even if you rent, you're paying taxes indirectly. Your property taxes are indirect through your rent. So I'm not quite sure where you're going with this, Commissioner, but if you have a follow-up question, please go ahead.
And how do we capture the 905ers who use the transit system.
They pay fares.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
So I think what you were getting at was some of the philosophical things we heard today in the deputations. And the philosophical questions were, should this be paid for universally, whether you use the system or not, and you go to property taxpayers? Or should you, have a unit rate or a utility type charge? What we have here is a continued hybrid model. And, some of the things I heard is, the price should increase on one side of the hybrid, but not the other. And I think before you can go to property taxpayers, who are at all sorts of income levels and all sorts of financial situations, I think, one of the things that this committee should do is also ask something, a little something from the riders as well, so that everybody sees that there's fair contribution. Thank you.
Commissioner Ainsley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you to Commissioner Holiday. Commissioner Holiday, would you accept as a friendly amendment on your one motion if we tacked on at the end to say not from fare evasion enforcement revenues?
No, I wouldn't actually, because I think that's one of the things, the redeeming things of this report says that they're going to begin the collection of, and forgive me if I don't have the words right, but I think there's going to be a resumption of fare evasion enforcement, and that's something we talked about at the audit committee extensively in the past. And that's going to help with the revenues that are brought into the Toronto Transit Commission.
So you would like to see the Fare Pass program funded from fare evasion enforcement revenue is what you're saying?
Well, I call it other revenue because that is wide sweeping. And within that other revenue, yes, all sorts of enforcement activity revenues are included. But I would actually see that as an unfriendly amendment because I think $6 million of that projected other revenue comes from fare evasion enforcement.
So what other pools of money do you expect you'd see the Fare Pass program funded from?
Well, so enforcement activities is one of them. The other types of revenues, and forgive me because it's not precisely broken out into that category, but there's rent revenue, advertising, commuter parking, that sort of thing. And I think that concept is in line with what we heard from some of the deputants who were concerned about going to riders to pay for that particular program.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Osborne.
Again, this is a bit of a technicality, but if it's TTC money, does it matter what line it comes from? Because it's the same pair of pants. It's just what pocket we're picking to pay for it. So it's all TTC money in the end. So if we're paying for it as opposed to the city or the province, it's still coming from, I understand, I didn't understand this, but the deputant pointed it out that this money has in the past not come from the TTC, period. Doesn't matter which bank account we're talking about. And now what we're proposing is that the TTC, because we have these overriding sort of short-term needs to address this in our subway stops and at our transit hubs, that we need to have some extraordinary level of service from the city and that we, the TTC, are going to pay for it. And it's a bit, I think, academic what part of our budget pays for it. I think the issue is that it's us as opposed to another order of government. Is that, am I missing something?
I think there's a question in there, and I actually agree with what you said. It is academic in a way. It all comes out of the budget. But I think there's something to be said to discuss this at the board. And I take the point of what some of the riders effectively said were, I don't want to pay for it with my fares. I want the city to pay for it. And I suppose if you ask people that maybe pay property taxes, they might have a different opinion. But the way I tried to rationalize it at this table and to actually prompt this discussion was to say, if we're going to be doing one-offs and pumping money into programs that are meant to redistribute income, let's at least take it from non-core operations. And so if it's advertising money or rents or whatever it is that goes in to pay those, that conceptually is at least an approach to meeting those type of demands. And we're in the transit business as opposed to the redistribution of income business. But there's policies here that mix those two together.
Vice Chair De Laurentiis.
Thank you, Chair. I wanted to make just a couple of points. First of all, many of the recommendations that are being made are directive, and we're really getting into the operation side of things here, which is not the role of the board. I think directing management to do certain of these things, they will not be able to deliver, and we're putting them in a difficult position. So I would say that any language in a motion, we should examine and determine that, that it should be more look at this rather than a directive, because that is really an inappropriate role as far as I'm concerned. And then just a comment on Commissioner Jagdeo's recommendation. I'm in support of it, but I think that we're already doing it through the research that we've got the U of T doing. So I would be concerned that we are, in a way, double dipping here or doing creating two expenses. Let's wait until we get the data and the information from the U of T, because that will speak to and will, I think, achieve the marketing objective that Fenton you're looking for. But it has the added clout of coming from a third party. Anything that we might do can be seen as self-serving. Plus, I would be concerned that it would be taking resources away when we've already, as I say, when we've already started that exercise. Those are my comments, Chair.
Thank you. I actually have a question of Commissioner Holiday. I hope you'll consider this clarification, but you mentioned about that in an answer to a question, you mentioned that the TTC is about basically providing transit as opposed to being wealth distribution, right? And to clarify how, and I think it's really touching on Commissioner Osborne's point, does your motion still not, it's not, you're still at the wealth redistribution, that motion. It doesn't actually address it. Would the motion not be better to say, ask the city to pay for that? Which I think is what Councillor Moyes was getting at earlier in the day.
I think as long as a $2 million Fair Pass program remains in the budget, we're in the wealth redistribution, the income redistribution business. It may be difficult for this board to flip a $2 million bill to the city. So what I tried to do was at least wrap a concept around it that says, and even if it is academic, right, that says it's not necessarily coming from fares, that it's coming from the other revenue stream to pay for this program. And whether that stream grows or shrinks or what happens with it, well, we will find out by the end of the year. But there's things that are, how do I put it, sort of adjuncts to the transit business that are part of these line items, and perhaps that's a place for funding. And again, at the end of the day, it's academic, because if we commit to the $2 million and those other revenue sources don't produce, then it has to eventually go to the fare line. But it's an idea that's put forward, and it's prompted a discussion, which was really what I hoped it would do.
Okay, thank you. Okay, we'll now move on to the voting. We'll begin with voting on the recommendations. No? Right, these ones? Okay, so the first motion by Councillor Moyes, would that be on the screen? Are we taking it as a package?
No, not a package, individually.
Okay.
Sorry, Adam, as we say at the school board.
Oh, that's okay. I have no idea what I'm doing, so don't worry about it. Seconder? Commissioner Holiday? Do we have a seconder for your thing? I don't think it's you. Just a second, this one. We don't have a seconder. Do you have a seconder? You know the rules, that's why I'm looking at you. Yeah.
It wasn't seconded. It hasn't been seconded.
I'm not seconding it. Well, let's move on to Commissioner Jagdeos. I'll second your motion. All in favor?
No.
Against? Sorry? We can't see, I can't see who's. Or against?
Yes.
So it carries. Commissioner Holiday's motion, the TTC conventional and Wheel-Trans operating budgets. That's the fair pass. Do we have a seconder? This is not going well. Okay. You can have your job back. Yeah.
So just on a point of order, because one of my motions is contingent
Oh, that's
on
right.
one of the other
Fair
commissioners'
enough.
motions, there is a bit of an order of presentation on that.
Okay, so back to Commissioner Moyes. We definitely need a seconder.
If Council Holiday, seconds mine, I'll second his.
Would anyone like to second Councillor Moyes' motion?
No.
So that fails. Doesn't even get on, right?
I won't take it personally.
Okay.
Oh, hold on. We were voting individually, though. Correct? Your request.
Oh,
Sorry,
it's individually.
Commissioner, your request was to vote on each clause individually, correct?
That's correct.
Yes.
Would anyone like to second clause number 2? Hearing none, would anyone like to second clause number 3? Hearing none, would anyone like to second clause number 4? Hearing none, would anyone like to second clause number 5? As amended? All those in,
Just hear that now, but I'm just sending a thing. I couldn't hear a thing now. Are we back?
No.
I can't hear what she's saying, sorry.
No.
Are we back, Mr. Chair? There was
Where did you lose,
sound
where did you
from-
lose us? What was the last thing?
you had Councillor Holiday's motion on the screen?
It wasn't seconded.
Yeah, that wasn't seconded, but they didn't hear it, so they didn't have the chance.
Right.
That's the problem. So that's
Okay.
redundant.
Thank you.
Okay, you can hear me now, right? Can we
Chair,
put-
I also
Back on.
seconded
Yep.
part 5.
No.
So
No.
Seconder to put it on the floor.
I need a seconder, right? Yeah.
You don't know?
I was a seconder.
We've always had second. Okay.
So then
The
we go
advice we're
back,
getting is to proceed
back to
without a
Councilor
seconder.
Moises.
Yep.
For part 5.
Sorry, members, we're just receiving advice that we do not require a seconder, therefore we'll move back to voting on Commissioner Moyes.
You're back in the ballgame. Okay, can those online hear us?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, so we're going to bring Councillor Moyes' motion, and we're going to vote on them individually, correct?
Yep.
Do I need to read them? No. Okay, all those in favor of... What's that? Yeah, on recommendation 1. All those in favor? Councillor Moyes? All those against? Okay, fails. Recommendation number 2, all those in favor? Councillor Moyes? I can't see the screen. All those against? That one fails. Recommendation number 3, all those in favor? Sorry. In favor, Councillor Moyes? Against? That fails. Recommendation number 4. Take your time. All those in favor? Councillor Moyes. All those against? That fails. Recommendation number 5. All those in favor? Councillor Moyes, and it looked like Councillor Mantis. All those against? That one fails as well. Pardon me? Oh, yeah. No. Do you want me to read it out? Happy to. Can we vote again? Recommendation number 5. All those in favor? Councillor Moyes, I believe Councillor Mantis, correct? Yeah. All those against, if I can see your hands. Councillor Holiday, Commissioner Osborne, Commissioner Jagdeo, Vice Chair De Laurentiis, and Commissioner Lalonde. And of course myself. So that fails. Moving on to the next motion. I thought it was Jagdeo, no? Okay. Oh, we're done it? Okay. All those in favor? Commissioner Holiday, all those against? That fails. That's redundant, right? Yep. Back to the Wheel-Trans one? We're all done? So now we're going to vote. Okay, now we're going to vote on the staff recommendations. Can I have a motion to approve the report recommendations, please? That's what we're doing.
Can we break them up? Thank you.
It's item number 1, right? Okay.
Sorry, point of inquiry. The motion that I put forth, was that passed?
Yes. Okay, so this is item 1, the 2023 TTC conventional and Wheel-Trans operating budgets. Correct? You wanted to... Get ready. Okay. Recommendation number 1, all those in favor? Can you see the screen? Thank you. All those opposed? Councillor Moyes, the sole opposition, that carries. Recommendation number 2. All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. Recommendation number 3. All those in favor? Unanimous, that carries. Recommendation number 4. All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. Recommendation number 5. All those in favor? Unanimous, that carries. Recommendation number 6. All those in favor? Unanimous, that carries. And the item carries. Thank you. We'll now vote on item number 2, the TTC 15-year capital investment plan, real estate investment plan update, and 2023 to 2032 capital budget and plan. Can I have a motion to approve the report recommendations? Okay. Commissioner Holiday's motion. All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. Now we get the other one on the screen. What's not coming up on this? Okay, it doesn't matter. I just need a motion. Okay, can I have a motion to approve the report recommendations? Councillor Moyes, seconder. Commissioner Osborne, thank you. All those in favor? Unanimous, carries. That concludes the business of this meeting. Thank you.
Sorry, Mr. Chair.
Yeah.
It's Commissioner Ainsley. Just on a point of order. Sorry, just on a quick point of order. I just wanted to raise 2 things. I know I'm new to the commission. Josie Levita did her presentation this morning. Usually other committees and agencies I sit on, it gets posted to the city website fairly quickly. I was just wondering if that could be done in the future. And then my other point has to do with the list of speakers. For those of us that are hybrid in the general public, is it possible to have the speakers listed on the website somewhere in the meeting portal so we know where we are in the speakers list?
Through the chair,
Thank you.
Yep, through the chair, the public presentations are posted At noon, the day business day immediately preceding the meeting, so they are listed now, and the presentation is also posted as of this afternoon.
Great, thank you. And can we just look into listing the speakers for future meetings?
Yes, understood.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Sorry to interrupt.
Not at all. Thank you, Commissioner Ainsley, and thank you, staff, for all your hard work and all the deputants that took the time to share their thoughts with us. I can have a motion to adjourn. Commissioner Moyes, seconded. Commissioner Osborne.